Shrine, where Maureen and I are actually broadcasting from via Zoom.
AUX mode.
We welcome everyone, and if you are not speaking right now, aside from us, we would appreciate muting your channels again. But we have a wonderful conference planned today, and Maureen is going to give us some details.
Well, I'd like to add my welcome to the 23rd Annual Kateri Peace Conference, Code Red Planet. And I'd like to add an acknowledgement today that as with every year, we're on the land of one of the peoples of the Haudenosaunee, the Confederation of Nations who out of war and strife came to work together, and Haudenosaunee.
You muted all of a sudden, Maureen, please.
Okay, go ahead.
We're on the land of the Mohawk people. And as you also acknowledge the original peoples whose lands you reside on, let's remember that they also confronted the ravages of militarism, racism, materialism, and had to struggle to survive. Like them, let us seek wisdom and resilience in community today. For the sake of time, we'll briefly introduce the wonderful speakers as we proceed through the sessions. And we invite you to check out the conference website for fuller biographies. We'll also share logistics on how to participate in this Zoom conference as the day proceeds. You can also consult the day's schedule on the KateriPeaceConference.org website. We're very grateful to World Beyond War for their guiding vision of building a worldwide virtual house together for all of us to gather in, as well as the technical expertise and kindness that they bring to supporting the Kateri Conference and endless other peace and justice endeavors. To begin our conversations about the challenges we face, Code Red Planet is not an easy thing to be confronting. We've invited our dear friend, local artist, Terri Roben, who for decades has raised hearts and spirits through her voice. And not only that, through her passion, heartfelt for peace and justice. Let's begin with Terri from this place as one mind and heart.
Hello, good morning, everybody. This is a song I wrote right before the pandemic hit. I was at the People's Music Network conference in Harlem, and it was the end of January. And lo and behold, a couple months later, we found out that this was happening. And this song just came out of nowhere, and I had no idea why. So here it is. It's called Whatever Happens, Happens to All of Us. Whatever happens, happens to all of us. Whatever happens, happens to you. Whatever happens, happens to me. It happens to the whole global family. The earth is our homeland, our planet, our place. An orb full of water and life out in space. A beautiful piece of the universe, where we have the privilege of landing in birth. Whatever happens, happens to all of us. Whatever happens, happens to you. Whatever happens, happens to me. It happens to the whole global family. To breathe, to grow, and make our mark. A mark that could damage or add to the spark of wondrous creation, conserving and caring for the whole web of life, preserving and daring. The family of women, men and children, sea life and animals, insects and plants, molecules, microbes, cells and genes. Whatever happens, this is what it means. This is what it means. Whatever Whatever happens, happens to all of us. Whatever happens, happens to you. Whatever happens, happens to me. It happens to the whole global family. Sharing the truth that each of our voices has an effect of good and bad choices. We need to go through all kinds of weather while loving this earth that we live on together. Whatever happens, happens to all of us. Whatever happens, happens to you. Whatever happens, happens to me. It happens to the whole global family. In the whole world, eventually, it happens to me.
Thank you, Terry. That was beautiful. It couldn't be more perfect. It's my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, who we're very, very fortunate to have with us today. Lindsay Koshgarian is the Program Director for the National Priorities Project. Her work and commentary on the federal budget and military spending has appeared on NPR, the BBC, CNN, The Nation, US News and World Report, and others at the NPP, or the National Priorities Project. Lindsay sees her work at the intersection of military and domestic federal spending. She got her start as a clinical worker and organizer at Planned Parenthood in central suburban Philadelphia, and led economic development and affordable housing studies at the University of Massachusetts. The work of the National Priority Project is an incredible resource for all of us. And Lindsay's work there as the director and spokesperson is invaluable. And we are, again, very grateful. Lindsay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Maureen, and thank you everyone for hosting this conference and for bringing us all together today. I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so grateful to everyone taking their Saturday to think and talk and organize about peace and militarism and how we can save our planet and save lives. I'm going to talk today about our militarism and specifically how our militarism interacts with climate change and it feeds into climate change, and why we need to solve militarism if we are going to address the very serious issues we face, including climate change, but not only climate change. So I'm going to try to share my screen here, if that'll work. And so we recently released a study that shows that we have spent $21 trillion on militarism over the last 20 years. And I'll tell you what that means. You may have heard that we've spent $8 trillion on the war on terror, and that's another related estimate, but we looked more broadly than just the war on terror. But first, I want to start by talking about what we're facing right now as a country and as a world. For one thing, of course, we're still in a pandemic. We would likely all be together today in a room otherwise. And we have now crossed the terrible milestone that 1 in 500 Americans have died from COVID-19. And we're still in the thick of it. We have evictions that are about to spike, likely because the eviction moratoriums that were enacted as part of the response to COVID are expiring, and there are millions of us that are at risk of homelessness as a result of this. And we have the fact that nearly 1 in 3 of us in this country experienced an extreme weather disaster this summer. And we all know that that is directly related to climate change, and that we're seeing the effects to a large extent already, and that it is only getting worse. And we have not enacted any of the major changes we need in order to address or stop climate change, or even in order to be more resilient against the effects of climate change. So we have quite a large set of problems that are facing us. And I promise I'm going to start. There's going to be a lot of depressing talk in this talk, but I'm going to end with what we can do about it. And there is an effort this week in Congress that I hope you'll all support. Now, here's the thing. We're all used to hearing this, right? That we can't afford things in this country. We can't afford things like renewable energy. We can't afford government investments in childcare. We can't afford government investments in healthcare. We can't afford government investments in ending poverty. Whatever it is, any progressive priority you want to name, you've probably heard that we can't afford it. And here is a Wall Street Journal opinion piece that was written by Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who right now is the primary obstacle to passing legislation that might at least address some of what we need to do, the $3.5 trillion. And Senator Manchin now says this is too much. And down in the bottom there, that picture did not run with the Wall Street Journal article, but that is a picture of a Poor People's Campaign protest in West Virginia, calling on Senator Manchin, especially to support voting rights, but also to support the entire Poor People's Campaign agenda, which includes anti-militarism, anti-racism, poverty, and environmental degradation. So while we're hearing that we can't afford 3.5 trillion, and by the way, that 3.5 trillion, that's over 10 years. It's not 3.5 trillion this year. But while we're hearing that we can't afford that, we're at a point now, 20 years on from 9/11, where our militarism for the last 20 years, including our wars in other countries and our sending the Pentagon all around the world and militarizing our own southern border, and our own militarism of our own law enforcement, our domestic law enforcement here in this country, has cost us $21 trillion over the last 10 years. And that is something that has been a bipartisan consensus by presidents of both parties, members of Congress of both parties have agreed to spend this money over the last 20 years. And what that shows us is that we have the money, we have the resources in this country, and we have a Congress that is capable of passing legislation when there is enough political will to do it. And it's our job to create the political will to change what we spend that money on. Now, just because trillions are kind of hard to understand, most of us have never set eyes on a trillion anything and wouldn't know it if we saw it. I certainly wouldn't. This is a little graphic that kind of shows you what we're talking about when we talk about trillions. Up in the upper left there, there's a little cartoon person standing next to a stack of $1 million. And then you see the little same cartoon person standing next to a stack of 100 million. That's bigger. It's almost getting close to about the size of the person. And then you see the person.
Not seeing this slide yet, Lindsay.
Oh, you're not? Okay. Huh. What are you seeing?
$21 trillion, yellow with some green tree-looking shaped money piles at the bottom.
Uh-oh. My slide has changed, and for some reason yours hasn't.
I'm sorry. I think I'm not alone going by the chat.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure why that would be. I've not had that problem before. I'm just going to try to go without the slides. So, and tell me if a slide changes, please let me know. And then I'll try to go back to them. So you can't see the picture, but what you would see is a person standing next to a stack of $1 million that looks like maybe a shoebox on the floor next to that person. And then I'm going to skip over a couple to make it easier to picture. So next to $1 million, that's like a shoebox on the floor next to you. Next to $1 trillion, that's sort of imagine you're, at the side of a building that's the size of at least a football field and as tall as you are. So it's a huge, huge difference. Another comparison I've heard is that $1 million stacked is a few inches high, maybe 4 inches high, and $1 trillion stacked up reaches into outer space. So $1 trillion is a huge, huge, huge number. And we've poured 21 trillion into militarism over the last 20 years. I'm going to keep moving my slides, and you won't see them unless you do. And let me know if you start seeing them again.
You can stop sharing and try resharing if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll try that. Any change there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes,
All right. Let's see if
fully decarbonize, it says.
All right. Let's see if it sticks with us this time. Sorry about that, everybody. So here are just some other comparisons, and this is partly because these are things we should have spent some of that money on instead of 21 trillion, and also because for the next 20 years, these are the things we need to work on making sure that we spend on instead of spending another 21 trillion on militarism. But it's also just to give you a sense of what the possibilities of a number like 21 trillion are. What could we do with that money? So a few examples. We could fully decarbonize our electric grid for 4.5 trillion. That's less than a quarter of what we've spent on militarism. We could create 5 million jobs paying $15 an hour. And we're all familiar with the fact that $15 an hour wage has been a fight in this country for about 10 years now. There are some places that have won a $15 minimum wage, but as a country, we have not yet won that. And that if minimum wage had kept up with inflation, it would be over $20 right now if it had kept up with inflation since the 70s. So this is something that we badly need, is better paying jobs. And we could create 5 million jobs paying $15 an hour with benefits for 10 years for 2.3 trillion, which is just over 10% of what we've spent on militarism. We could erase all student debt, which is something we hear all the time, that is just pie in the sky, right? That's impossible. We could never erase student debt. That would only cost $1.7 trillion. We could do all of this for less than half of what we've spent on militarism over the last 10 years. So we're talking about a lot of money, and money that has a lot of potential if we can change what we're using it for. And so now I'm going to talk a little bit about how militarism feeds into the climate crisis. It's not just that we should be using the money differently. It's actually that our militarism, for one thing, the human costs are tremendous. The war on terror has cost 900,000 lives. Our militarization of immigration has resulted in us deporting 5 million people, taking them away from their families and their communities over the last 20 years. We have the highest incarceration rate in the world, mostly of Black and Brown people. And all of our militarism is targeted disproportionately at Black and Brown people. So there's a huge racism component of all of it as well. But it also feeds directly into climate change. So one of the military's jets, the B-52, consumes about as much fuel in 1 hour as the average driver uses in 7 years. And I bet there are a lot of drivers on this call who drive electric vehicles. So not you, but anybody who's still driving a gas car, this is true. And that's just one plane. That's one plane for 1 hour. And what we know about the Pentagon overall is that it is the world's largest institutional user of fossil fuels, and that in any given year, the Pentagon emits more carbon than many medium-sized countries. And it's making people richer. It's worsening economic inequality. In 2018, the CEO of Lockheed Martin made 191 times the median employee's pay at that company. So if you take a person smack in the middle of the earnings spectrum at Lockheed Martin, the CEO made 191 times that. At Chevron, one of the biggest oil companies, its CEO made 152 times its median employee's pay. So this isn't just about national security. And we also know that if you invested 20 years ago in military company contracts, if you'd invest in $10,000, you'd have $100,000 worth of stock today. So there are an awful lot of people who are getting very rich from our wars and from our militarism. Now, here's another way that our militarism is fueling the climate crisis. This is an article from The Hill from earlier this year. We worked with some climate groups and other peace groups to send a letter to Congress and the Biden administration warning that if we continue what the track we're on right now, which is a track of military competition with China and military aggression towards China, and if we continue on that track, we will undermine the possibilities for working together with China on climate change. And we all know that climate change is a global problem. It is not a problem that one country alone can solve. And the United States is indispensable to a solution because of our enormous fossil fuel emissions. But China is the other country that's at the top of that list of being the most indispensable because of their fossil fuel emissions. And if we can't work together with China on a climate solution, we will not have a climate solution. And the fact that right now we're ramping up our belligerence toward China and getting into this military competition really endangers what we know we need in order to be able to work with China on this issue. And it also undermines the human rights claims that a lot of people say they have about China. And China is guilty of egregious, terrible, severe human rights abuses. But so are a lot of countries. And the way to deal with that isn't by threatening them militarily. The way to deal with that is through diplomatic solutions, through participating fully in multilateral international law, which the United States has not been a willing participant of. So there are lots of ways that we can address human rights abuses, but militarily is not one of them. So we shouldn't be ramping up our military confrontation and starting a new Cold War with China. And we really need to be extra careful about that because we need to be working with China right now on a global climate solution. So I've been saying $21 trillion throughout this. I want to talk a little bit about where all of that money went. 16 trillion of it went to the war and the military. That's most of it. This one, for those of you who can see it, may be familiar. Shows that we spend as much on our military as the next 11 countries combined. That includes more than twice as much as China, about 7 times or more as much as Russia. And so countries that we consider our adversaries, we are far, far outspending them. And there is no justification for why we should need to be spending what we're spending based on any kind of adversarial relationship with those countries, not to mention that our spending and our adversarial relationship with them increases their spending. So, and then over on the right is the rest of the world. We always talk about we spend more than the next 10 or 11 countries combined. The rest of the world is 138 countries, and they're spending less than the big spenders, either less than the United States and less than the next 11 big spenders. So there are an awful lot of countries in the world that somehow are getting by with much lower military budgets. Now, this is a map from the Cost of War project at Brown University, and it shows that the US is engaged in the war on terror in 85 countries. We all know that we've had wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and probably we're familiar with the fact that those wars have spilled over to Pakistan and Yemen and Syria and other places. But this is a map that really fully shows you, in the Middle East and especially in Africa, just how far the war on terror has expanded. And this includes countries where the US has engaged in drone strikes, engaged in training of foreign militaries or support of foreign militaries, engaged in direct combat operations in some cases, military exercises. And so this is to our best knowledge, this is the real scope of what the war on terror has become. And of course, the war on terror has done a lot more than just span a lot of countries. And I mentioned earlier that 900,000 deaths. There have also been 38 million people who have been displaced, lost their homes because of the US war on terror. But those numbers are hard to, again, big numbers, hard to wrap your head around. And I'm sure everyone has heard recently, and I don't even have the most recent headline on this slide about the Pentagon having admitted that this strike was a failure and a mistake. But the drone strike that the Pentagon engaged in Kabul just in the days before, the US pulled our last troop out of Afghanistan. And the Pentagon said they thought they were striking an ISIS target. They had all kinds of evidence and reasons and things they'd seen that they said supported that conclusion. It turned out that they had struck a US, an Afghan who was working with US aid companies. And they killed that aid worker, and they killed 10 family members, including 7 children. And recently just admitted that their evidence was wrong, that they had not struck an ISIS target as they had said. But it remains to be seen whether there will be any accountability for that. And it likely there will not be. And the other thing about that is that this is what's been happening in Afghanistan for 20 years. We haven't heard about most of the drone strikes. Many of us know that the drone strikes have been going on, but we haven't been seeing them like this in headlines for 20 years. And that, of course, is part of the reason that we stayed in Afghanistan for so long. But I think it's really important when we talk about it to remind people of what the real cost of these wars actually is. And now moving on from the war on terror, this is not just where the US is engaged in the war on terror, but where the US has military installations all around the world. And the bigger circles mean a bigger military installation. So as you can see, it's almost everywhere. And it doesn't even include the US military bases that are in our own country. But the US has 750 military installations. We keep 200,000 troops overseas at any given time. No other country has more than 20 foreign military installations. And if you can imagine how the US would react if, for example, China put a military base somewhere in the Caribbean, you can imagine how it feels to a lot of people in the rest of the world to have our military bases there. Now, I also want to talk about one of the other big pieces of where our Pentagon money goes, which is, of course, to contractors. And we found that over the last 20 years, $7 trillion, almost half of what the Pentagon has spent, has gone to for-profit military contractors. And so it's just a huge amount of money, and it's everything from weapons to service contractors to maintain the weapons systems, the planes and the ships and the missiles and everything else, to services like IT services or any other service the Pentagon might need. It's all a huge business, and there is lots of profit to be made. And it's only gotten bigger over the last 20 years. Whereas over the last 20 years, there's been about $7 trillion that's gone to contractors. And the 20 years before that, which included the 1980s and the Reagan years and all of that bonanza of military spending, that was just over $4 trillion that went to contractors during that same time, adjusted for inflation. So they have gotten incredibly wealthy over the last 20 years. Oops. Now, the next piece of the 21 trillion is 3 trillion for veterans benefits. And of course, this isn't money that we would directly look to cut, but we only need to spend $3 trillion on veterans benefits because we've sent so many people to war. And for example, over the last 20 years of the war on terror, there's been a near constant flow of deployments and the same troops deployed over and over and over again to Afghanistan and Iraq, and the damage that does, both in terms of physical injuries and in terms of post-traumatic stress and in terms of stress on families, is just enormous. And we know that about 1/3 of veterans in this country have at least one disability. So it costs a lot to take care of veterans who come back from these things. We also know that over the last 20 years, there have been 4 times as many deaths from suicide as from combat for US veterans. So I just want to remind people that, we know that the numbers of, of US deaths in combat is in the thousands, but 4 times as many of our troops have returned from combat and committed suicide. Another piece of it is Homeland Security, right? Remember in 2003, the Department of Homeland Security was created. It was a direct response to the events of 9/11, and it was supposed to keep us safe. But about 65% of the Homeland Security budget goes toward border and immigration. And the vast and a huge amount of that, 25 billion, which has doubled since the war on terror started, goes to ICE and border and customs and border protection. Also, another number that has doubled is the number of people annually that we deport in this country since then. And I mentioned earlier that we've deported 5 million people. There's also a tremendous amount of violence. We know that, we know things like that the Border Patrol carries military rifles. We know that they use Predator drones at the border to apprehend people trying to cross into this country. And we hear less about this, which is the ACLU of Texas maintains a tracker of fatal encounters of customs and border protection. And as of August, they had counted 191 deaths that occurred during encounters that people had with customs and border protection. That included minors. It included US citizens or legal residents. It included incidents with the use of firearms. So there is a lot going on that we don't necessarily hear about. The final piece of our 21 trillion is for federal law enforcement. And we include this partly because federal law enforcement has been a huge part of the counterterrorism effort by the United States. It's also a huge part of our immigration system. People don't necessarily realize but it is a fact. More than half of all federal arrests in the United States in 2018 were for immigration offenses, and less than 2% of federal arrests were for violent offenses. So this is not a system that is really targeted at keeping us safe. It's a system that's targeted at keeping people out of the country and specifically targeting, again, Black and Brown people. And here are just a few headlines that sort of hint at some of the violence for our federal law enforcement agencies. There's an incident from a few years ago of DEA agents in Honduras who were involved in a firefight that killed 4 bystanders, including 2 pregnant women and a child. They then tried to cover it up to Congress. There's a headline showing a study by the Marshall Project, which I highly recommend if you're not familiar with it, that showed that US Marshals were more likely to use their weapons, their firearms, than local police, and that they had killed an average of 22 suspects and bystanders a year. And there was a recent sort of expose by the New York Times of an FBI agent who talked about the ways that they had targeted and harassed communities based purely on their race or ethnicity or religion in the name of counterterrorism, and a lot of the white supremacy that exists inside the FBI. So all of these are examples of militarism right here in the United States, or what are supposed to be domestic law enforcement agencies like the DEA taking violence outside of the United States, like in the example with Honduras. And most of our federal law enforcement agencies, the DEA, the FBI, the US Marshals, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, they all have offices outside of the United States and operate outside of the United States as well. So it's not just the Defense Department that is engaging in violence in other places around the world. So here's where we are now. And David and I had an interesting little talk about this before we talked and before we started, and maybe we'll have an interesting talk about this again. Right now, there is an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act that's being offered by Representative Barbara Lee and Representative Mark Pocan to cut 10% of the Pentagon budget. And this amendment will likely get a vote sometime next week. And it is right now the main chance we have to support a cut to the Pentagon budget. Now, 10% may not be the number that you would like to see. It's certainly not the number that I would like to see. We have advocated much higher cuts than that. But this is a number that is intended to be able to get a significant number of votes in Congress and to start turning around the trend we've been on, where the military budget just grows bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's intended to sound moderate as well. We can cut 10% of the Pentagon budget right now, and it will only take us back to where we were under Obama. So this is not a radical cut by any means. And that should give us the ability to get more support for it in Congress. So here's the Biden budget as it's proposed for fiscal year 2022, which is the one that's about to start, and the budget that Congress is working on right now. And this is notable for a couple of things. One is that it's still half military, nearly, although for the first time in many years, it's slightly under half. But it's $753 billion for the military, which is $13 billion more than we have now, than the last budget that was approved under Trump. So things are still headed in the wrong direction. And they're headed in an even worse direction because the House and Senate Armed Services Committees have just each voted separately to add $25 billion to that number, which would take us up to almost a $780 billion military budget for fiscal year 2022. So we need to push back against these things, and we need to build our power so that we have enough power to actually win these fights. And here's the next step in the plan for how we will do that. And I just want to stop and remind you of what else we can do with this money. And one of the things that isn't on this slide here is that it would cost only $25 billion. And just want to go back here, remember 25 billion, that's the number that the House and Senate Armed Services Committees just added. It would cost only $25 billion to vaccinate the populations of the low-income countries on Earth against COVID-19. So the fact that the House Armed Services Committee and that a majority of members of this committee would vote to add $25 billion to the Pentagon budget, when that same amount of money could save so many lives by vaccinating against COVID-19 and could help prevent the creation of additional variants that would keep all of us in this longer, is incredibly, I was going to say short-sighted. It's not short-sighted. It's cruel and it's immoral, and it is short-sighted because it's really not looking out for the best interests and the security of people in this country. It's much better for us if the pandemic ends than anything you could ever do at the Department of Defense with $25 billion, including create jobs in communities, which is part of what they're trying to do with that money. We have a moment here because of the ending of the war in Afghanistan, and we need to make sure to talk about that as much as possible. At the end of the war, when we bring troops home, we should save money on the Pentagon budget. And there hasn't been, partly because it's happened so quickly, there hasn't been enough of a chance to really get that argument out there. But we need to keep reminding people we're at the end of a war, we should save money on the Pentagon budget and take it and use it for other things. Now, last year, we got 93 members of the House and 23 senators to support a 10% Pentagon cut. This year, our goal is to get higher than that and to keep going higher for several years until we reach the magic numbers of 218 votes in the House and 50 votes in the Senate. And in the meantime, to stop increases so that we don't have to keep making the cuts bigger to get back to where any reasonable place to be. So I want to encourage everyone here to please call your member of Congress this week and ask them to support the cut for Pentagon spending. You're welcome to tell them you would like a bigger cut than that. But as long as they know you support a cut, then they'll know that you support this amendment, and we can start building more support for it in Congress. This is what members of Congress really need to know. They need to know that their constituents want a lower Pentagon budget and they want less of this militarization. And the only way for them to know that is to continue to hear from you. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I want to thank you all for many years collectively of effort that you've put into this. And to also say that we're reaching new groups and younger people and more new groups to help support this cause. And that includes our work with groups like the Poor People's Campaign and United We Dream, which is a youth-led immigrants' rights organization, and others, so that we can continue to build a bigger tent for a lower militarized budget and keep putting pressure on Congress until we get it done. So I want to thank you all for being here again, for taking the time. I know this represents a long-term dedication on the part of many of the people on this call. And I just want to recognize that and thank you for everything you're doing. And if we win this fight, it will be because of all of the people who are here today.
Wonderful, Lindsay. Thank you. I'll try to get some questions from the chat to you in the next 7 minutes or so. One of them was, can you share this PowerPoint with everyone? And if you're willing to do that, you could put a link in the chat or email it to me later, or email the PowerPoint itself to me later. But it's up to you. But if you're willing to share the PowerPoint, I think people would
Absolutely. Yes, I'll make sure it gets out.
Terrific. Another question is, how would you compare the amount of military spending to anti-poverty spending, to spending on anything that helps working class and poor people become more prosperous?
Yes, so a couple of years ago, we did a comparison like that, and we found that at the time it was 53% of the discretionary budget was going toward the Pentagon, which is about the same place where we are today.
Yeah.
Only 15% was going to anti-poverty programs. Now, that's the discretionary budget only, so it doesn't include Medicare and Medicaid, which are two of our best and biggest anti-poverty programs, or Social Security, which is our single biggest anti-poverty program. And I count all of those as anti-poverty programs. But of the discretionary budget, it was about 53% military and 15% anti-poverty programs. And that's still important because, you know, all of our housing programs are in the discretionary budget. You know, all of our public education funding is in the discretionary budget. All of our, excuse me, so many different areas of anti-poverty program all have to squeeze into that 47% of the discretionary budget that isn't military. And actually, when you look at militarized spending, you know, the Homeland Security and the law enforcement and those things, it's actually only about a third of the discretionary budget that's available for anti-poverty programs.
Yeah, shows some priorities. Another question is, do you have numbers of bills and amendments? That would be numbers for the NDAA and for the amendments to it.
I will make sure to share those. Right now, the place where things are right now is that the amendments have been introduced. The Rules Committee will rule on Monday about which amendments are in order and which ones get votes, and that's when they get their real amendment number. So that'll be the time to share that. But you know, if you call and ask your member of Congress to, you know, support the 10% Pentagon cut from Representative Barbara Lee and Representative Mark Pocan, that would get the job done. But we'll make sure to get the amendment number out as soon as we know it.
Thank you, and we'll share it later in this program if we're able. Follow up on discussion we had earlier, Lindsay. I was pushing, you know, get people to vote no, and you were pushing get people to vote yes on these good amendments. One question would be, in the future years, the ultimate goal is to get 218 in the House and 50 in the Senate, plus the president. But if we gave people the concept of voting no, wouldn't we only need 218 in the House or 50 in the Senate? Why would we need both if they understood the concept of voting no?
You are right. If we could get 218 no votes on the NDAA in the House or 50 no votes in the Senate, plus a vice president, or 51 votes,
right?
Yes, that would be enough. And the thing I want to say is that these aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, right? You can vote yes on the 10% cut amendment and then still vote no on the final NDAA if the amendment doesn't pass, or even if the amendment does pass and you think 10% isn't enough, although that might be a little less logically consistent, but they're not mutually exclusive, right? So we could ask our progressive members of Congress to vote yes on a 10% cut amendment, and then also vote no on the passage of a final National Defense Authorization Act with spending that's too high. So I don't think these are mutually exclusive things.
Absolutely right. Yeah, vote no on the whole thing, but vote yes on the good amendments. We've been telling them this for years and years, I think, haven't we? We've got like 3 minutes. Where, Lindsay, is public opinion on this? I know there's very little media coverage, there's very little polling, but this is, I mean, all of these wars are for democracy. What if democracy was actually applied to the military budget? What would happen?
So we have polling from the last year that shows that a majority of people in this country would support a 10% Pentagon budget cut to shift that spending to other priorities. I think it was at 56% of the people in the poll said they would support that. So it's, for a moderate cut like 10%, there is majority support. We don't have polling for some of the bigger cuts that we've talked about, like the $200 billion or $350 billion cuts that some of us have described. But at least for this 10% cut, it's popular, and members of Congress should know that it's popular. And that is definitely something that you can bring up when you call them.
And I think moving this amount of money or more has been pretty steadily popular for decades, right? And when the University of Maryland showed people the budget and then asked them what they wanted, it was even more popular to move even more when they knew what they were talking about, right? That's right.
Most people probably don't know just how much we're spending and how much there is to shift. And when you give them more information, they are more supportive. That's right.
Last week, Lindsay, I don't know if you saw, the New York Times had this thing where you take 20 questions and it puts you into one of 6 parties, right? But all 6 parties had zero opinion on the budget, on military, on diplomacy, on treaties, on international law, on 96% of humanity even existing, right? How do we get this into the media as a question that's up for debate?
Yeah, that's a really important question, David. It's true. We don't hear nearly enough about it. And, I made that point when I showed some of that Afghanistan drone strike headlines, and the fact that, 20 years ago, we heard a lot about Afghanistan. In the last 3 weeks, we've heard a lot about Afghanistan, but in between, it was almost silence from the media. So it's a huge problem. I think part of it is to connect foreign policy more to domestic policy. And that's something that we've tried to do with our, we're not just talking about the military budget. We're not just talking about things that happen over there. We're talking about things that happen here. And so that's one of our goals with talking more about domestic militarism and making the connections. And one thing, because there's so much to this, I didn't even talk about is the 1033 program, that program that where the Pentagon sends their surplus military equipment to local law enforcement. And then that equipment shows up at protests. It showed up at Black Lives Matter uprisings. It showed up at protests of fossil fuel pipelines, and it's all kind of connected. And I think the more we can help people understand that it's all connected, hopefully the more we can get this into the top of people's minds. The other thing is, we don't need everybody, right? What we need is a vocal and powerful group of people. So it's all right if we don't have 51% of Americans out there organizing and working for this. If we have a smaller group of us who are out there organizing and working for this, and then other people who just aren't working against us, that's where we need to be. That's kind of the sweet spot for getting change. But we do need more of us out there working and organizing. And that's why we've been working together with groups like the Poor People's Campaign and United We Dream and other groups that are not, they're not the core of the peace movement, but they're allies that we need if we're going to win this.
Yeah, well, we will share this video and hope that helps. Wonderful, terrific job. I think everyone would be doing a standing ovation right now, except they are muted. So I will do it for them. Thank you to Lindsay Koshgarian. And I think we are going to the next session.
Yes, but David, before we do, I just want to add my applause to that. I think that what the National Priorities Project and the Cost of War Project are doing for this conversation that we have to uplift and that we have to be having is invaluable, because it concretizes all of those things that we know in our heart need to happen in such a way that we can speak in concrete ways about militarism and its impact. So, Lindsay, thank you for the work. It's superlative, and thank you for this incredible presentation. And so we move forward.
Thank you so much, Maureen and David and John and World Beyond War, and I will see you all throughout the day.
The next part of our conference is titled Impending Collapse and or Regeneration, the looming climate crisis. And as we know, we are in deep trouble with the climate, and we really need to oppose militarism and take all of this money that Lindsay was talking about and put it towards climate restoration. The two speakers we have, and it's my honor to introduce them. We have Greta Zarro, and she is a returning speaker, having appeared here at the Shrine and Conference about 2 years ago. She is a World Beyond War organizing director, very skilled in issue-based community organizing. And Greta and her partner run a community farm in Unadilla, a nonprofit organic farm and permaculture education center, very close to the Shrine in West Edmondson, New York. I think I butchered that name a little bit, but close enough. I did want to say we do very short interviews for people who have just, not interviews, but introductions, because we really want to hear our speakers, and we have limited time. And I'm delighted to introduce Ricky Clousing. He is an artist, community activist, and war resistor. Excuse me. He was in the 82nd Airborne Division, worked as an interrogator. After witnessing abuses of power in Iraq, he could no longer serve. He had a crisis of conscience. And Ricky, I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years. I really appreciate your courage and your unwillingness to go along with abuses of power. And it took tremendous courage. This resulted in him going AWOL with a court-martial and a 3-month sentence in military prison. And again, thank you so much for your willingness to stand up to all of the abuses. And anyway, once he was released, he became a outspoken critic about the war in Iraq. And now his art and social activism explores relationship to the environment, and he is passionate about community building and connecting people to the nature. So welcome, Greta and Ricky. And why don't we start with Ricky today? Do we have Ricky?
Hey, good morning. Thank you. I believe the order of presentation, Greta was going to lead off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Somehow I was left out of the loop on that, but thank you. Greta.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for inviting me to speak today, and welcome everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you're joining from. So my name is Greta Zarro, and I'm the organizing director with World Beyond War. I'm also a co-founder of Unadilla Community Farm, a nonprofit farm education center in West Edmondson, New York. And Maureen asked me to speak today about my farming work within the context of climate change and militarism. It may seem as if my farming and anti-war work are at odds, but in fact, I see this work as intimately interconnected. Today, I'm going to speak about what I call my two-prong approach to change making, connecting the dots between this work. First, let's set the context about the problems that we're facing. It feels like we are in apocalyptic times. With globalization and digital technology, breaking news of the world's problems is at our fingertips at any instant. The scope of the issues that we're facing as a species and as a planet can be paralyzing. The US military spends $1 trillion a year on war and preparations for war, 50% of global military spending. The US military is the largest institutional consumer of oil on the planet and among the top 3 polluters of US waterways. We are experiencing climate catastrophe with epic flooding, fires, increasingly severe storms, and more. I personally was shocked this summer by the poor air quality and the smoky haze we had here in New York as a result of California fires. We cannot escape. Domestically, our infrastructure is crumbling, and tens of millions of Americans live in poverty and are food insecure. Yet, if we diverted just 3% of US military spending, we could end starvation on Earth. Meanwhile, Wall Street fuels a growth model that simply cannot be sustained with the resources we have on this planet. Due to industrialization, much of the world's population is urbanizing, losing connection with the land and the means of production, making us dependent on purchased imports that often have a high carbon footprint and a legacy of exploitation, such as coffee, chocolate, and bananas. And these crises are especially crippling for the rising generation. Young people are uncertain about our future. Our generation no longer has access to the American dream our parents did. We live in a different economy where young people are burdened by student debt and economic inequality is soaring, while basic necessities like universal health care are not secured. The price of living has skyrocketed and life expectancy is dropping. The traditional route of buying a house and getting a stable job for 40 years with a 401k is unattainable to many. I speak with young people who don't think they can ethically bring children into this world, given the problems that we're facing from militarism to climate collapse. Plus, they are worried that if they do have children, they wouldn't have the economic means to support them. Many of us have spent years protesting this flawed system, while we are trapped in the very things we are opposing, propping up the system that we dislike. We are not effective activists if we protest fracked gas pipelines and vigil against war while heating our homes with natural gas and banking with Wells Fargo. We are not effective activists if we advocate for a $15 minimum wage while we snack on a cicada banana. To have the capacity to change the world, we need to simultaneously liberate ourselves from the grind and reduce our dependencies on the multinational corporations that are perpetuating climate chaos and militarism worldwide. This is my two-prong approach to change making. Number one, the first prong is what we more traditionally think of as activism. Policy advocacy for system-level change through grassroots organizing. Using tactics from petitions to rallying to direct action to put strategic pressure on key decision makers to change policies to advance our goals for people and the planet. Number two, the second prong is implementing lifestyle changes at the individual and community level to lower your carbon footprint and reduce dependency on purchased inputs. This involves mapping out everything you consume, from food to clothing to cosmetics to the building materials for your home, and how you could eliminate it, make it yourself, or source it more ethically and sustainably. This second prong is in itself a means of civilian-based defense, CBD, of withdrawing our cooperation from the system as we become more self-sufficient individually and on the community level. Civilian-based defense illustrates that all power comes from below and that consent can always be withdrawn. Both prongs are critical to advance the change we want to see. We will never be perfect. Every decision we have has an impact, but we can strive daily to reduce the environmental and social harms caused by our choices at the same time that we petition, rally, and lobby for systemic changes at the governmental level. We are striving to live out this two-prong approach at Unadilla Community Farm in West Edmiston. We are a nonprofit farm education center creating a space for the teaching and practice of sustainable skills. Each season, we host a cohort of young people on the farm for our immersive internship program. Participants learn how to grow their own fruits, vegetables, mushrooms, and herbs through organic regenerative techniques that aim to build soil health and conserve natural resources. How to farm in a way that is climate resilient, not extractive and polluting. We teach how to eat seasonally and locally, getting comfortable not having avocados in the Northeast, how to preserve food for the winter, how to set up off-grid solar panel systems, how to safely collect and filter rainwater for drinking, how to compost wastes, and how to prepare plant-based healthy meals. Students learn how to build infrastructure using natural building methods and natural or salvaged materials. In many ways, we are relearning skills that have been lost with industrialization, but we are also pioneering new methods and combining the best of the old and the new, like a traditional timber frame barn in the 17th century New England style, made with local hemlock lumber milled by our Amish neighbors, built on an earth-ship foundation, a pioneering new technique by Mike Reynolds to upcycle used tires into a foundation more stable than concrete. We are teaching young people these skills so that they can enter the world equipped to support themselves in an ethical and sustainable way. Reevaluate what you really need and what you can do without. Start with something simple like striving to eat more local foods in season to minimize imported products shipped from halfway around the globe. Expand outward from there to examine your appliances and see what is extraneous. For example, we don't have a fridge, air conditioner, TV, microwave, dryer, or dishwasher. You can do this kind of mapping process to examine the industries you support in your daily life and the ways that you can literally and figuratively unplug. For the rising generation, these choices are both an economic necessity and an ethical obligation to mitigate the environmental and human rights impacts of our lifestyle choices. In addition to engaging with young people from around the world who come to our farm to learn sustainable skills, we are also engaging with the surrounding community to deliver organic fruits and veggies on a sliding scale to Edmiston families and to provide fresh produce at no cost on a weekly basis for 80 families served by the Edmiston Food Bank. Our region is designated by the USDA as a low-income, low-access rural food desert, an area where you have to drive 30 minutes to get to the nearest supermarket, and a significant number of people don't have vehicle access. Public transportation is practically non-existent. We work to fill the gap by growing and delivering fresh local food to local people's doorsteps, minimizing their need to drive to big box stores. And although they come from very different backgrounds, both the young people who come to our farm from far off places and the local rural Edmistonians who have lived in this region for generations share similar values. At the end of the day, they are both fed up with a system which benefits multinational corporations at the expense of the people. They are both sick of endless war that drains our economy, siphoning off trillions of dollars that could be used on healthcare, education, infrastructure, jobs retraining to speed up the transition from fossil fuels, and so much more. They are both tired of Washington politics and the revolving door between industry and government. They both want the means to feed, clothe, and house themselves and their families, and to live in a safe, clean, and healthy environment. This country is extremely polarized between urban and rural communities, between Democrats and Republicans, but if we strip it all away and focus on the necessities of life, we can find commonality. This is our aim at Unadilla Community Farm by teaching and practicing sustainable skills that can liberate everyone from dependency on multinational corporations while reducing our carbon footprint and minimizing our dependence on a money-based economy. For example, how to grow a backyard veggie garden, or how to forage for nutritious wild plants growing right in your lawn, or how to upcycle your waste into usable building materials. As we look at implementing the two-prong approach, the challenge ahead of us is how to provide an opening to allow people from all ages and backgrounds to feel empowered enough and to have the economic means to withdraw from the system and to start implementing the sustainable practices that I'm talking about. This involves a cultural shift because we are bombarded with advertising convincing us of the need to amass money to buy the latest gadgets. And so what we are really proposing is a shift towards, in many ways, a simpler existence. And many of us feel that we have no choice, that it is clear the planet does not have the natural resources to support the level of consumption that we are currently at. In other words, what I'm proposing is a shift where instead of a Starbucks latte, which props up the unethical and carbon-intensive coffee industry, it becomes cool to harvest dandelion root from our lawns and make a delicious roasted dandelion tea. Not only is a cultural shift needed, but also economically, people need to feel financially secure enough to make the leap to an alternative lifestyle. Unadilla Community Farm was founded by a group of millennials. From those original founding members, many of them were burdened by student debt and had to leave the farm to return to 9-to-5 jobs in order to make their monthly loan payments. Although what we're working towards is a lifestyle that is less dependent on purchased inputs and the money economy, there is a certain level of economic stability that is needed to leave the 9-to-5 and engage in this work. And that's why all of our programming at Unadilla Community Farm is free to youth participants who live on the farm for an immersive residential program covering room and board, trainings, classes at no cost to them. In conclusion, this work will not be easy. We're talking about shifting norms and overcoming massive economic inequality in the context of climate change and rampant militarism. It is easy to get discouraged by the challenges that we face. But the two-prong approach gives me hope because as we advocate for policy change to redirect the military budget towards basic human and environmental needs, we can also be the change by tangibly building the alternative world that we want to see. There's a reason why young people are flocking to farm-based education programs like ours, and that's because it feels actionable to learn these skills to implement real change now. So as we continue to lobby Washington, I also urge everyone to begin the process of actively surveying the purchased inputs in your life, the industries you are dependent on or are investing in, and start to slowly shift towards local or regional sustainable alternatives. Thank you.
Thanks, Greta. I guess Ricky's up.
Good morning. Thank you, Greta, for such a great presentation and teeing up so much good ideas and concepts on how we can really work towards being an agent of change on our own and really on a local individual level and connecting as a community. I think that this morning, first I want to just let you know I'm joining you all from the Coast Salish lands of the Puyallup tribe, which is also known as Tacoma, Washington. I'm a Lakota descendant of Ochete Shakawin. My mother and relatives are Hunkpapa Oyate and are members of the Standing Rock tribe. It's a privilege to be here today and share space with so many people dedicated to the peace movement. And although we are unable to meet back in person in New York, I too want to honor the ancestral lands of the Haudenosaunee, Kateri Tekakwitha, and the enduring resilience of the Mohawk people. Impending collapse or regeneration. When I saw the title and was invited to speak this morning and share the stage with Greta, I was really drawn to the topic as something that I've really wrestled with in my own life. And that is really the question of our time, right? The choice ahead of us. And we know that we must choose something different because what we've inherited and even what we're doing now is clearly not working. Next month, COP26 will begin, where the international community will meet once again to try to come to an understanding that the destruction that we are putting on the planet is pushing our own survival to the brink of extinction. And we still have not been able to find an answer or come together to find the, common ground in that. So we know that we must explore new ways of being and new solutions. And a lot of what Greta explained, I think is really promising and really gets me excited and gives me hope towards the future. So this morning, I really just was going to share about my experiences as a soldier and war resistor, my personal journey to healing, and then some of the lessons that I believe are essential for this deeper cultural transformation that is needed to truly create a peaceful and sustainable future. My path to the military was an unusual one. I actually enlisted in the Army just a few months after returning home from a mission trip to Thailand. How does a missionary end up signing up for war, you might ask? Well, I didn't grow up in a church family, but as a teenager, I had a born-again experience on psychedelics that led me to the church. Then in high school, I developed a passion for service while volunteering and spending the summers in Mexico building houses for the poor. After my first year of college, I dropped out to explore the mission field. When 9/11 happened, I was in Kona, Hawaii at a discipleship training school, preparing to leave to an orphanage in Chiang Mai, Thailand for 2 months. And while I was there, I remember one of my instructors compared Islam to communism and spoke about this being the next great barrier to the gospel being spread around the world. I didn't realize how much that influenced my decision to join the military until later, but it definitely did. When I returned home from my trip in 2002, I decided to fly to Germany to visit my dad, who was in the military and stationed there. My parents divorced at a young age and I didn't spend much time around him. But when I was there, I got a job at a military base and met the first wave of soldiers that were deploying and coming back from Afghanistan. I was really drawn to their commitment to country. And in the aftermath of 9/11, I felt inspired to enlist myself. I figured I would get money and travel, money for school and travel a little bit. So in 2002, I enlisted in the Army and was on a plane back to the States for basic training. After completing this, I went on to airborne school at Fort Benning, Georgia, then Fort Huachuca, Arizona for interrogation school, followed by the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California, where I was trained as a French linguist before getting assigned to a military intelligence unit with the 82nd Airborne Division. The invasion of Iraq happened during my 18-month training. And although I was skeptical, I didn't understand how we shifted from Iraq. But I tried to stay focused and do what I had to do in order to be successful at my job. In 2004, I was deployed in support of the first stage of Iraqi elections and worked alongside tactical infantry and special operation units around Baghdad and Mosul. The first mission I was tasked with was a counter sniper operation along Highway 8 in Baghdad. Working with a team of Navy SEALs, we set up decoys and spotted staged spotters to identify locations that insurgents were operating in the area. After the area was secured, we flew to Mosul to provide support in an uprising there. Soon after I was deployed, the Abu Ghraib scandal happened. And for the intelligence community, we really started, they started questioning interrogation tactics that were extremely stressful to prisoners because now the whole world was watching. Before this, methods like inciting hypothermia, extreme sleep deprivation, and restricting breathing through waterboarding or sandbagging was completely normal. There are a couple instances in particular that really stood out to me while I was deployed that really made me question my ability to operate as a soldier. I daily would be on patrols and saw the physical and emotional harassment of prisoners. Numerous times on convoys, I saw soldiers sideswiping vehicles on the highway and beating out windows. Another time I saw infantry soldiers shoot and kill Iraqi livestock. And finally, in one tragic incident, I witnessed a young teenage boy that was innocently killed. And these experiences really traumatized me and questioned my loyalty to the mission and also my loyalty as a soldier. All of these incidents were reported to my commander, yet they were swept under the rug and considered casualties of war. When I started seeing what was really happening on the ground, the occupation and the daily abuse of power, it really disturbed me. It became clear that these type of incidences were actually fueling the insurgency that we were trying to fight. Although I joined the military to serve God and country, I soon realized I was serving neither. Once a missionary and passionate believer, I felt lost when I returned home from combat. I didn't understand how other Christians could support the war and explain the injustices that I had seen. When I got back, I was really trying to understand foreign policy, and that's when it really kind of all began for me. I started to interrogate reality, and then my whole worldview fell apart. I was consumed with authors like Chris Hedges, Howard Zinn, and Noam Chomsky, Edward Said, who painted a very different world from the one that I knew. The first chance I had to take leave, I purchased a book in the airport that connected all of this for me. It was Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins. This book pushed me over the edge because it really connected the dots where I realized the role that the US military plays in the global quest for power and resources by historically saddling underdeveloped countries with enormous loans for new infrastructure development and using military force to achieve this level of global dominance. For months, I met with Army psychologists and chaplains trying to reconcile this crisis of conscience inside of me. I felt deeply convicted and ultimately decided that participating as a soldier violated my ethics and beliefs. I started having anxiety attacks, and one night I just went AWOL and left a note on my door explaining that I could no longer serve, with a quote from Martin Luther King that reads, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right?" There comes a time in one's life when they must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but because it's one's conscience tells it's the right thing to do. So I left and packed my stuff and drove back to Washington, where I was raised. And after being AWOL for over a year, I turned myself into the military because they had still not dropped me from the rolls. They were not wanting to release me because of the training that I had and the money they invested in my experiences there. They had not separated me administratively yet. So I connected with the GI Rights hotline during this time, and they provided me with wonderful personal and legal assistance. In August 2006, I made a public statement at the Veterans for Peace Conference in Seattle, and surrendered myself to military authorities. I ended up getting sent back to my unit in North Carolina, sentenced to military jail, lost my GI Bill, and received a bad conduct discharge. That was a really hard time for me. I lost a lot of friends, and even some of my family members looked down on me. Adjusting back to society as a civilian was difficult for me. You know, my worldview was shattered and I didn't know how to make sense of it. For a while, I was angry and really active in the anti-war community, but I struggled with that group and even felt tokenized at times when I was invited to speak at different events. You know, for a lot of people, my experiences were really cool and you know, exciting for people to want to share, which I understand. But I was really broken and didn't understand how to move forward, and that wasn't often acknowledged, and it hurts. So I was trying to understand war, but you know, was really discovering that the driving force behind U.S. foreign policy has always been the control of natural resources. I felt ashamed about being an American and even my own spirituality. I was ostracized from these communities and felt really isolated. The more I connected the dots, I began to realize that the energy war happening around the globe was creating military conflicts like the war in Iraq, and I couldn't escape it simply by being out of uniform. When I moved back to Washington, I started working for a friend of mine doing landscaping, and he taught me about plants and permaculture, which is a design system used to create regenerative landscapes by observing and following the patterns of nature. This was such good medicine for me. Learning how to nurture life rather than destroy it totally altered the way I viewed my relationship to the world. I began to understand and experience the interconnectedness of the natural world, and this became therapeutic and healing to my spirit. I felt a deep connection to the earth and began perceiving my spirituality in a completely different way. During this time, I was also learning a lot about the climate crisis and was really drawn to the solutions-based approach in permaculture because it offered me a new framework and toolkit to address the problems around me in the world. Before, in the anti-war community, I often felt paralyzed and unable to make the kind of change that we need in the world, where permaculture taught me to scale down my approach and provided me with practical and tangible tools to be an agent of change in my own environment. I initially started, doing permaculture design and landscape projects on a residential level. So there's, wonderful work that Greta's doing on the farms and teaching people the processes of nature. And there's also really exciting ways to integrate those concepts on a residential level in a urban or suburban community. And one of the projects in my permaculture design course accumulated with a project for United Methodist Church to build a community garden. And then that led to an opportunity to help design a food forest here in Tacoma. When I started realizing that there was grant money and there was capital floating around for projects like this to really make a difference in my community, I started looking at permaculture in a different way. And scaling up those concepts. And so, inspired to learn, I was drawn to urban planning as a way of similarly moving energy flow around and bringing regenerative life back to communities. I entered the Sustainable Urban Development Program at the University of Washington, and there I learned important lessons inside and outside the classroom that gave me a new sense of hope about the future. I entered my program jaded and viewed the government as a ceiling that restricted social change. But soon I studied grassroots efforts that laid the foundation for the social, political, and environmental movements of today. Outside the classroom, I learned how communities are working to create livable and sustainable future. As a student, I had the opportunity to travel to Portland, Detroit, and New York City to study how cities and other communities are leading the way in climate action planning. Networking with local government and nonprofit organizations helped challenge my attitude toward institutions and provided an alternative vision of the future. In this way, I was able to reconstruct my worldview in a positive way and move forward in my life. In a lot of ways, the concepts of permaculture can be scaled up from the garden. So we're not just creating resilient landscapes, but whole communities. In permaculture, we say the action is on the edge. And this is true in the landscape and also in urban environments. The city offers lots of different opportunities to be the change. And the city is where the root of the problem, a lot of the environmental problems we see right now is rooted in urbanization. And so we know that the problem is there, and so is the solution. And permaculture teaches us that the problem is the solution, and finding alternative approaches to engage in finding new ways to address problems that are not being solved. And another way that the city, the role of the city is really leading this type of change across the country. When we see that lack of commitment from the federal government, it's local governments that are taking the initiative in creating documents like climate action plans and making commitments to address emissions and all of these destructive patterns that are happening in on our cities and in our community. So what I started learning, is really how interconnected these problems are. War is fueled by so many other different parts of our society. And it became really apparent to me that I couldn't change people's minds by, speaking politics to them all the time, that we needed a deeper, common ground to be able to connect, to discuss these, the challenges ahead. And I think to address these issues on a large scale, we really just all need to start on a small scale. Greta mentioned a lot of ways that we can do this in different ways on our properties, and be reimagining our connection to food and place and natural resources. But what we know is waiting for a top-down solution isn't going to work. We need to really start encouraging civic engagement and taking ownership of our own communities, building bridges with these communities, and recognizing the shared goal that exists between different movements. In permaculture, we learn how to read the landscape and observe systems and how they interact in order to create and organize beneficial relationships. When I apply this lens to the social ecosystem around me, I know that I don't have to blaze a new trail to make a difference. I can align myself with others or groups that are already doing this work. So that's what I've kind of tried to do. I like to participate in projects that help the environment, but also build my community. So over the last few years, I've been able to help plant a food forest in Tacoma, depave and replant traffic circles, design our community garden, paint an intersection mural, and lead a number of tree planting projects in my neighborhood. Specifically in urban environments, the tree canopy is a strong indicator of public health, and in cities where I live, it's extremely lacking. And tree canopy is important for a number of reasons. Trees don't just clean our air, but filter stormwater, cleaning harmful toxins before they reach the sea. And they also slow down traffic and provide many other benefits, like combating the heat island effect. So these are issues that people deal with on a daily basis. So it's not just about the environment. We have to look at how certain groups of people are disproportionately impacted by the built environment too. One of my favorite quotes that's really inspired this type of activism, and even exploring art as a form of activism also, is by Arundhati Roy. And she states that our strategy should not only be to confront empire, but to lay siege to it, to deprive it of oxygen, to shame it, to mock it with our art, our music, our literature, our stubbornness, our joy, our brilliance, our sheer relentlessness, and our ability to tell our own stories that are different from the ones we're being brainwashed to believe. And what we're being brainwashed to believe is, first of all, that climate change, is not real. We're also being told that the solutions that are being handled by the government are going to solve the problem. And we know that that's not working. It's not going to work. So I think that some of those issues, when I look at how to really address some of these monumental challenges like addressing militarism and climate change, it can be really daunting and paralyzing when we focus on the full spectrum of the problem. And I think we're in an interesting time right now, especially with COVID and the role of science in society. And I'm fully respect the field of science and what they can do to inform, best practices. And but there's also flaws in science that we need to recognize as well that are not helping us solve the problems that we face. The field of science is doing a lot of important work to communicate the urgency of the climate crisis. The evidence is compelling, right? I mean, we know global temperatures are rising, the oceans are warming, glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising, the number of extreme weather events are increasing. There's tons of data on this. However, people don't base their beliefs from analyzing numbers. I think that the conversation on climate change is leaning too much on science. The irony is that Western science got us into this mess by transforming our relationship to nature and then reducing it down to parts of a machine. Now we've inherited a worldview that seeks to dominate and exploit nature in order to maximize profits. Our idea of progress places more value on destroyed environments than protected ones. So when we make a learning method that's built on these ideas, of course, it's not going to be able to capture the intrinsic value of life. As Saeed Hossein Nasir writes, modern science has emptied the cosmos of its sacred nature. This is why I believe the roots of the ecological crisis is a spiritual crisis, because in our relentless pursuit of progress, we abandon the quest for meaning. The natural world became secular and we lost our way. Spiritual ecology recognizes that the state of the environment in the outer world is a reflection of the values we hold in our inner world. When I reconnected with my Lakota relatives, I was really excited to learn that my cousin Denny Gayton is a Lakota linguist and language professor. When Standing Rock was happening in 2016, I was really compelled to reach out and connect to my family that's back there. And I shared my struggle and my own journey with my cousin, and he shared a paper with me that he wrote in college titled, "There's No Alternative to Tribalism," where he basically outlines how the Western order is rooted in a world of fragmentation and therefore cannot embrace the idea that all life is interconnected. This was really powerful for me because the whole time I was struggling through this journey and doubting myself, I wonder if I had some deeper problem with me. So when I read this, it resonated. It made me feel like I wasn't crazy. Maybe I was just finding my way back home. And in the book, Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Kimmerer, she talks about what it means to become indigenous to place. And this was part of my own personal healing process, but she goes on to explain how even non-Indigenous folks are invited into this process in order to really heal our shared story and create something new on this land that we now call the United States of America. When we have conversations about sustainability or protecting the environment, we usually fail to ever acknowledge our deeper individual relationship to the earth. We are all spiritually connected to all life, but we've been systematically removed from the land through colonization and industrialization. So now people don't even know what is sacred anymore. The Lakota have a saying, "Mitakuye oyasin," which means that all things are connected, or all my relations. This is a prayer that expresses oneness and harmony with all forms of life, but it's also a very real understanding that the trees, the rivers, and the animals are all my relatives. The earth is our teacher and provider of life, is the manifestation of the divine. And if we really understood our place in the world, we wouldn't be seeing the destruction of ecosystems all around us. We wouldn't continue fighting wars around the world. And I think that in order to truly address the climate crisis, we need to look inside and rediscover the great mystery and the sacred meaning of life. We have to learn to see again. This is the work that I feel called to, rekindling the sacred fire to begin the rebirth of a nation by connecting back to the land. So thank you for having me today. And I want to open up some time for questions, but I'll end right there.
Thank you, Ricky. Terrific, wonderful job by both Ricky and Greta. I really wish that we didn't have to have everybody muted, because you would hear the applause and the reactions and you would see everyone's faces. But my indication to you both that would be happening will have to suffice. There was a question that Greta already answered in the chat, but if either of you want to speak to the question of, are you available to speak at other events? I think we obviously will put people in touch if they aren't themselves with Greta or Ricky about speaking at other events, and you can both put something in the chat. There's also a request to Ricky, and I think could go to Greta as well, for recommended reading lists. I don't know if either of you wants to speak to that right now and rattle off a list of books, but we can obviously share by email with people any such recommendations on reading lists. Do either of you want to speak to that?
I just put something in the chat. Yeah, the book Ricky mentioned is Braiding Sweetgrass, which is very popular with our interns. We usually have about 10 copies here on the farm. So that's definitely a must read. And then I also put in the chat The Unsettling of America by Wendell Berry.
Excellent. I also wanted to ask on this question of your sort of unique career, Greta, because you train people in doing peace activism and you train people in doing farming, and Ricky is obviously doing some training and outreach with this. Have you ever trained anyone to do both the way you are doing, Greta? That is, to do anti-war or some other kind of activism for half of their job / farming as the other half? And same question to you, Ricky. Is this something we should be pursuing? Should we be getting activist groups to be hiring people half time, as long as they're doing organic, permaculture the other half of the time?
I mean, I'd say yes, absolutely, right? That's my two-prong approach. And yeah, there is a lot of overlap. In fact, so we offer weekly classes for our interns, and one of the options is my Organizing 101 training that I do for World Beyond War activists. So I often do that for our farm interns as well. And I think there is a lot of overlapping interest, and people come to this work and permaculture and farming and learning these sustainable skills from many different angles. So they might not become farmers or start food businesses. They might then take that work and work for an environmental nonprofit or another type of organization. So I think these skills are very relevant, kind of no matter what direction you take it in.
Do you want to speak to that too, Ricky?
Yeah, that's great. I think also, there's definitely the intersectionality of climate crisis and militarism, which we're discussing all day today, is very evident. And I think people are looking for ways to make a difference. And what's great about permaculture, in ways that are even not necessarily under that umbrella, but some of the stuff that even Greta's doing, reconnecting people to the soil, providing, connecting people to their food systems, honoring their watersheds, just some of these things that are really grounding people back to the land, I think is really powerful. And definitely, I've not necessarily trained people in activism. I've kind of strayed outside of that community and done more, around permaculture traditionally and stuff. But I think I love hearing the work that, World of War and Greta and the farm and the intersectionality of that is wonderful. And I think it is definitely, as much as we talk about war, we need to talk about life. And so life is all around us, and getting our hands back in the soil is part of that. So I think that it's definitely connected and something we should be talking about.
Absolutely. There's another question. I don't know if either of you has expertise on this that I don't, but can you speak to this concept of carbon sequestration? And in the same question, there was a question about choices of animal products. And I would have maybe phrased it a little more strongly. Do we not have an ethical mandate to be engaging in and promoting veganism? What is with all these activist conferences with all the meat and dairy everywhere? Does either of you want to speak to any of those?
Sure. I mean, yeah, as I mentioned in my talk, we promote a plant-based diet. So everything on the farm is plant-based. And we do see that as another kind of component of all this stuff that we're talking about, as you just said, David, that we would be hypocritical if we were then consuming meat products, which are extremely carbon intensive, extremely high land use for animal production. And, you know, the acres and acres and acres of genetically modified corn and soy that have to be grown to prop up the industrialized meat industry. So we do see that as a critical component. And, you know, I'd urge everyone to think about your meat consumption. And even if you don't feel that you can eliminate it entirely, trying to reduce it, there's this common concept of meatless Mondays that has been popularized. And in terms of the carbon sequestration, that actually connects to what Ricky mentioned about food forests. And I didn't explicitly say that in my talk, but that's also the model that we're using, which is a very kind of common permaculture model of a food forest, or otherwise known as agroforestry, which is when you are growing agricultural products in combination with growing trees, whether the trees are for lumber or fruit trees, nut trees, that kind of thing. Instead of just clear cutting acres and acres and growing a monocrop of something, you're doing this combination of interplanting vegetables along with the trees. And so you're literally growing carbon and you're sequestering carbon as the trees are getting bigger, and then also producing usable products for yourself. So that's kind of the method that we're following.
I don't know if you want to speak more to this, Greta, or you want to, Ricky, but Sherry is, I think, re-asking the question that I've failed to ask correctly, which is, you know, what about grass-fed? Grass-fed grass, I imagine, means grass-fed animals, but meat consumption and, obviously there's a view, I believe is mistaken, that that you can do the raising of meat in a non-carbon intensive better way than the mass production of meat. Does either of you want to speak to that?
Go ahead, Ricky, if you want.
Well, I guess I would just, touch on the fact, we're talking about spectrums of change here, right? So when we're talking about, Greta mentioned in her discussion about, mapping out our carbon footprint and what really do the decisions that we make on a daily basis, how does that impact, and really make, what does that look like quantified? And so when we're talking about, grass-fed meat or veganism and these different options, it's really, what I've learned is that it's really kind of like what our food is sacred. And so it's really, I feel like, I don't know if you're asking necessarily this, but I feel like, on the spectrum of, carbon emissions, and if you're talking about is grass-fed meat okay, that's it goes, I feel like you can minimize your effort to reduce the carbon footprint of meat in different ways, and those are available. I think that the process of, it's been a process for me as well, being, growing up culturally eating meat and then coming to the realization of what that footprint looks like, but also what that is doing and what my energy is, harming life. And so just respecting life is really the deeper value. And I think that happens when we start connecting to the land and connecting to all life. And really that transformation is a personal one that I feel like people go through on their own. And it's a heart decision that comes over time of committing to those types of things. But and that being said, I think there's a lot of, judgment within different movements and stuff. So it's really important to be welcoming people into being that, into this awareness and being comfortable to have these conversations and to take that on their own and not feel like they're being, they're being wronged or not in the right place for their decisions.
There was another comment in the chat along the lines of, yes, we need to make this sort of ethical behavior sexy in order for it to catch on. I don't know if this was a comment on your success, Greta and Ricky. You've made it sexy, but I'll turn it into a question. How do we make ethical behavior be sexy?
Yeah, I guess for me, I come back to that cliche organizing slogan, which is to meet people where they're at. So there isn't one blanket, solution to this question. It really depends on the community that you're engaging with, the constituency you're engaging with, and what is cool to them, and then how you could appeal to them. So for young people, for example, like putting this information in formats that are accessible and fun for them. So, I've been so amazed to see, like on Instagram and on TikTok, there is a growth of conversation about these issues that we're talking about today, and fun little videos, 30-second videos of this is how you harvest a dandelion, this is how you can collect rainwater, whatever. So I think putting it in formats that appeal to whatever the constituency is that you're working with.
And I assume the next time this conference happens in the real world, there will be dandelion tea for everyone. I wanted to ask Ricky, I don't know if you were here, I think you were, for our last session with Lindsay Koshgarian, and she was talking about the House Armed Service Committee piling another $25 billion on military spending on top of $13 billion or so added by President Biden and his servants in the Congress. And the guy who chairs that House Armed so-called Services Committee, Adam Smith, at least part of his district is in Tacoma, if I'm not mistaken. Are you aware of or involved in any local efforts to go after this weapons dealer funded servant of war in the House of so-called Representatives?
I'm not familiar with Adam Smith. I don't know what legislative district he represents, or which, I'll have to look into
Washington's 9th, I think, right?
Yeah, so I'm not, directly aware of that. I know of the discussion of the package, but as far as my representative being involved or spearheading that, I'm not aware.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. But that you might look into it, because there are efforts to go after him. He's the culprit here. Another question I wanted to ask when you were speaking, Ricky, that I always want to ask when I hear from whistleblowers and resistors is how, and then the question can be for Greta as well, how do we get to a society where good, well-meaning people who want to go out and do good work stop thinking that joining in war is a way to do that? It seems like the craziest thing that anyone could possibly think, and yet thousands of people routinely think it and then have a change of mind and tell us that they decided on a different course later. How do we change what our young people are growing up imagining is a way to do good?
Yeah, that's a big challenge, and we live in really polarizing times right now, right? I mean, I think we've seen that a lot. It's been really hard for me as somebody who, really opened up a lot of these ideas during the Bush era and never thought it could get worse than that. And, watching, Obama come into office and then really realizing that war is so ingrained in our culture that it doesn't matter who is in office that's going to be advancing, this agenda. So, I mean, I don't have the answer to that. I would say that the feeling that I have in response to that paralyzing fear and overwhelming inability to change that on a larger level is to turn around and face my community, to face my own children. And I was having this conversation recently of just, just in the anti-war movement, what would really be possible to abolish war if we really looked at the next generation behind us, and learned from the last, century of devastation, and we really taught them the value of, the value of the earth and their connection to each other and to all of existence, So, I mean, for me, I feel like the only thing I can do is really invest my energy to create that type of awareness and really prepare people. In addition to, much like Greta mentioned, this two-pronged approach, it's important not to be really so issue-based that it's only one item that we're really concerned about, whether it's war or the environment or, affordable housing, whatever your issue is, because this intersection is completely intertwined. And so I think it's really finding ways to use your skills and your gifts to attack empire where you can in its own way. But I really think that, raising a generation behind us, if we could really invest in the youth, that would just be the fastest way to combat the cultural amnesia that we live in.
Greta, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say I think it's also about redefining what public service is, and that's the cultural shift we're talking about. But for example, we're part of the National Young Farmers Coalition, and they're working on federal legislation that would allow farming to be designated as a public service, and thus you could have student debt forgiveness for farming. So I think, yeah, it's just part of this mindset where people see going into the military as public service, and we need to kind of expand that. What are other avenues for public service?
Absolutely. And is the thing we currently thank people for as a service actually a service at all? Ricky, I loved hearing your story about the impact of John Perkins' book on your decision. Have you talked with John Perkins about that? I think authors love to know that people are impacted by their books.
I have not reached out to him directly. It's something, I think it was one of his very first books. And so it was cool. It's fun to go back and revisit it. But he actually mapped out something that was really important for me to see in my own journey of how, and this goes back to, I guess, what we can do to stop, young people from going into the war, is also talking about not just the intersectionality of the climate and militarism, but also how communities of faith perpetuate the cycle of war. And that's something that I think is really, really needing to happen. And in my own journey, I saw that connection and left that community. And then, through permaculture and through this new spiritual awakening that I had with the earth, and then rediscovering, the connection my ancestors had to the land, I realized that my relationship to Creator was colonized a long time ago, and I was a linguist in the Army. And so I look at now, my spirituality as a language and being able to speak different languages of spirit. And so I guess going back to the point, I think that the intersectionality of the church and how they perpetuate this cycle of war is really, really important, and one that we need to start talking about more and uncovering. But John Perkins, in his book, he teed this up for me, and it really crippled me for a while. But he talks about the work he was doing in different parts of the world, preparing these new loans that I talked about for infrastructure. And he talked about the role of missionaries in that process, and how missionaries, and one particular that I had really looked up to and found a lot of inspiration from, was down operating in Central America in Ecuador, and was really part of Coca-Cola and a lot of industries that went down and just completely took over. And so when he mapped out that side of the process, it was really evident to me to see how those things keep war happening. And I think that just something that I look to do more and find ways to address that, because they're really connected, war and church and religion.
Well, I think he would appreciate it if you told him the influence of his book. And if you need his contact info, let me know. And I think someday we could have a whole conversation about colonialism and missionaryism and why this conference has the name Kateri and what that refers to. And I wish we could go on for hours on this part of the day, but we're out of time. So I want to note again that Ricky and Greta, you would be getting a big standing ovation if everybody wasn't muted. And we thank you for your work and your service.
So that was terrific. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, Greta. And we look forward perhaps someday to having you here again in person, Greta, and for the first time for Ricky. Next up is Terri Roben, and we have a 10-minute musical interlude. So please welcome Terri.
Song by Holly Near called Voices. About listening. Listen to the voices of the old women. Listen to the voices of the old women, calling out the messages of the moon and sea, telling us what we need to know in order to be free. Listen to the voices of the old women. Listen to the voices of the First Nations. Oh, listen to the voices of the First Nations, calling out the messages of the earth and sky, telling us what we need to know in order to survive. Listen to the voices of the First Nations. Listen to the voices of the young children. Oh, listen to the voices of the young children, calling out the messages of the heart and soul, telling us what we used to know before the lies were told. Listen to the voices of the young children. Listen to the voices of the old women. Listen to the voices of the First Nations. Listen to the voices of the young children. Listen to the voices of the living. Now I'm going to do a song that was written. It's a parody of an old Italian working class women's song called Bella Ciao, and it was put together by climate activists in Belgium, and it's called Songs for the Climate. Some of you may know that already. It's been getting around for a few years now. So it goes like this, and you can sing along if you want. We need to wake up, we need to wise up, we need to open up our eyes and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We have a planet that has a problem. We need to solve it, get involved and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Make it cleaner, make it greener, make it last, make it fast, do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. No more waiting or hesitating, no more lies, let's get wise, do it now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We need to wake up, we need to wise up, we need to open up our eyes and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We have a planet that has a problem. We need to solve it, get involved and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Make it cleaner, make it greener, make it last, do it fast, do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. No more waiting or hesitating, no more lies, let's get wise, do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Good song for rallies, particularly. Thanks. Oh, do I have more time? I don't think so. Thank you. Great conference so far.
Welcome. So we are proceeding now with a section entitled Militarism Masked, Waging Wars by Drones. And we are honored to have Dr. Joseba Zulaika. And he's a professor emeritus from the University of Reno at the Center for Basque Studies. I met Joseba at Creech Air Force Base, and we were out protesting drones. He was doing research for his latest book, Hellfire from Paradise Ranch. It's a fine book. It was released, I think, 2 years ago in August. We had hoped to be doing a mini book tour, and unfortunately, due to the pandemic, that was canceled. But we had also hoped to be out at Creech again this year too. They're doing Shutdown Creech. But anyway, he's a wonderful person, a researcher. He has written numerous books on terrorism, and he is living currently in Spain. Please welcome Dr. Joseba Zulaika. Okay, Joseba.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful.
Okay. Thank you very much, John, for your introduction and for the invitation. It's a real honor to be here and a pleasure with you all. I am talking to you from Spain, yes, the Basque Country. So kind of, if I can tell you why I am writing on terrorism, counterterrorism, is because being a Basque anthropologist, I use myself drawn into issues of political violence. We had here in the Basque Country our own issue of political violence, political terrorism, the usual nationalist claims, the sub-state versus a state type of conflicts that are typical, but which also tell us how these issues are global in many ways. And so the thoughts we are sharing here, they are thoughts that apply here. And well, in the meantime, I have been an academic writer at the University of Nevada, at the Center for Basque Studies. And this study in the Basque political terrorism drove me into considering the issues of counterterrorism, which are so paramount in the United States. So I've been writing on this the last 30, 40 years. And the last book, in a way, was kind of forced on me by my living there, since it is from Las Vegas that many of these drones are operated, as you probably know. And it was the fact that I met courageous people like Ricky. They were kind of former drone pilots turned whistleblowers, and their testimony that I heard from them in Las Vegas that kind of forced me to write this book on drones, kind of sort of wearing witness to their courage and to their truth. And so that forced on me all sort of dilemmas, because the reality they express is so different from the reality that the general public lives on. Just, I mean, I heard this, one of them was Sean Westmoreland, of the famous Westmoreland family, the general of the Vietnam War, kind of his grand uncle. And he gave us a talk in Las Vegas after protesting at Creech, where he said, well, in 2009, I helped kill 359 civilians. So he considered himself a mass murderer. So I had that kind of experience that I couldn't not write about. Obviously, I mean, that is not a news that you will read in the New York Times. It was the very year that his boss, Obama, got the Nobel Peace Prize, as you will remember. Obama, who at the end of his tenure, second administration, he said that there were between 64 and 116 people, civilians, who had died during his 8 years in power. In just this 1 year, he was talking. There was another whistleblower, Brandon Bryant, whose scorecard when he was relieved because of his trauma, it was 1,630 some people he had killed or helped kill. So these whistleblowers kind of became for me the truth of what the drone warfare is. So the issue was, how is it that the politicians and the media, including the liberal media, can go along with all the line that goes with the military, like we have seen now in Afghanistan, 20 years of sheer total ignorance of what we were doing, and of lying and lying and lying. So that was the issue that I tried to elucidate. How is it this willingness to self-delude that the public and we in general have, and the politicians have? So I'll be talking a little bit on the situation in which Biden is right now faced with. Lindsay started talking about this, how there in 85 countries there are these drone warfare, and so how is this happening? What is going on, and what can I do? I think that in a way the drone warfare summarizes a good part of the actual situation in which he's confronted right now. I am, in principle, I am very sympathetic to Biden. Obviously, those of us who have gone through these last years, we want him to succeed. And he has surprised us with his really progressive agenda of, I mean, the war on terror has spent like close to what, 6 trillion, depending on how you count, in this war on terror, and just 300 billions a day in 20 years in Afghanistan, 300 billions. So he's trying to apply the Bernie Sanders kind of progressive agenda. Said, I'm putting kind of 5-6 trillion now in infrastructure, human infrastructure. So I really applaud him for that and wish him the best. But the one really concerning thing for me is precisely what he's going to do with drones. Is he going to be fooled like Obama was? That's how I consider Obama's Troy, his self-fulfilling folly in a way, and the stigma that we live in, his legacy. because this is a low body count kind of thing. Anyway, so I think that Biden, but let me just don't jump too much. Let me just go through my own notes here. So as Lindsay said, it is today's news that the Pentagon acknowledges August 19 drone strike in Afghanistan was a tragic mistake that killed 10 civilians. So what does this mean? Is the Biden administration going to continue the drone warfare that began with President Bush, then was multiplied by Obama and Trump? Is he going to continue? I think this is the dilemma you're faced at right now. After the withdrawal, if you remember, Biden said that he would use the so-called over-the-horizon capabilities, meaning drones and missiles, against the terrorist threat. He has also said repeatedly that he wants to end the forever wars. Engaging in drone warfare is not a way to end those wars, but as proven by the effects of 20 years of such warfare, a means to further ignite wars. Terrorism, counterterrorism has this self-fulfilling capacity. And if you think of it, I mean, starting with the war in Iraq and in Afghanistan and the others, ISIS, those wars were in a way an overreaction to 9/11. They were kind of self-fulfilling prophecies and self-defeating events in a massive scale, like in no other in the history of the US military. So there is the thing that he wants to end this, but he's not the first one to have said that. Obviously, since Clinton's time, every president, Obama, of course, but also Trump, they said they wanted to end the war, and they did not end up doing the war, which is why I applaud Biden, who had the guts of, against the wish of the military and the Washington establishment of foreign affairs, against, he had the courage to, however unruly and chaotic, he had the courage to stick to his decision and get out. Obviously, if you are spending $300 billion daily in Afghanistan, you are not going to have those 6 trillion you need for infrastructure at home. Is kind of a common sense thing, and common sense thing that somebody like Eisenhower, I mean, very plainly said, no? I mean, the danger of the industrial military that we are so aware of. So hence the dilemma of Biden. Ending the forever wars implies substantively ending the drone warfare as well. And yet, when faced with criticism from all sides because of the chaotic withdrawal from Kabul and no longer having any boots on the ground, he was left with no other self-defense but to resort to the future use of drones to fend off the terrorist threat. Is he going to continue that war? So, and he authorized this drone strike with the tragic consequences of 10 civilians dead in Kabul that we know. So does this anticipate that Biden is going to go along the same path as Obama's deceitful and horrendous drone warfare, a murderous history I have labeled Obama's Troy, the stain in his legacy, Obama's self-defeat? Many of us look at Biden as the one hope against the return of Trumpism and wish him the best. He has surprised many of us who were not for him initially, after his history of agreeing with all the wars that came along during his decades at the Senate. In particular, his leading the Democratic support for the Iraq war. If he succeeds with his progressive agenda, he might become a transformational president. And he has been equally courageous in withdrawing from Afghanistan, something Obama and Trump promised as well, but didn't dare to do. During his first year in office, under pressure from his generals and the CIA, Obama authorized the search of 30,000 more troops for the war in Afghanistan. The only one who opposed the search was Biden, who by then had his own son fighting in Iraq, who later died, as you know. At the end of the meeting and before Obama had to make the decision, Biden addressed him, "Listen to me, boss. Maybe I have lived too long in this town, but if there is anything I know is when these generals try to box in a new president, don't let them jam you." 12 years later, Biden was in a similar situation as Obama had been, in that the generals were asking him to leave a few thousand troops in Afghanistan. Biden said no. The military and the Washington policy establishment, including the so-called liberal media that has been happy to act as cheerleader for all the military follies of the last 30 years, didn't like his determination and vociferously opposed him. So is Biden going to repeat Obama's self-deception that drones are, after all, as his speechwriter and close advisor, Ben Rhodes, put it, a low body count? In other words, if Bush's conventional wars killed by the hundreds of thousands, the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq have resulted in estimated million deaths, as I'm sure you are aware. The few thousands of alleged terrorists killed by drones were a low body count to keep the military at bay, and by the way, reinforce the image of a tough president for the next elections. While Biden also be cornered into a position in which he will have to produce a low body count and end up with another Troy of self-delusion and self-defeat. This is, of course, the last thing we want. The August 29 drone attack on Kabul and Biden's words the day after the withdrawal do not bode well. But let's not jump into conclusions yet, because up to now, Biden's drone policy has shown a stark contrast to Obama's. Not yet 72 hours into his presidency, Obama had authorized a drone strike that killed 23 people, of them possibly 20 civilians, the first 3 days. He's been bloody like you would a hunting dog, a former White House official said, capturing the significance of the moment for Obama. Obama engaged right away in multiplying by 10 the drone program he inherited from the Bush administration. Biden, on the contrary, during the first 8 months of his mandate, has paused the drone program while putting it under review. You put under review something you don't fully agree with. Only in self-defense can a strike be carried out. And in late July and early August, 3 attacks were carried out in Somalia against Al-Shabaab with the excuse that they were in self-defense. What are the expected changes in drone policies after the still ongoing review? According to press reports, there are significant changes. One of them goes at the heart of what is called signature strikes, that is, strikes on the basis of geography, pattern of life, or guilt by association. Specifically, any man between 16 and 60 years old was a legitimate target over large swath of territory in Afghanistan, Pakistan, or wherever counterterrorism deemed it so, in which some type of war was being waged. Unless posthumously proven the contrary, any man was a potential combatant terrorist and counted as such. This was responsible in good part for the stark disparities in counting between the Western sources and the local reports in those places. We have been told during the Obama years that there was hardly any civilian killed by drone attacks. As I said, he said that there have been only between 64 and 116 civilians in his 2 administration. But if you pay attention even to the Pentagon generals, such as David Kilcullen, a counterterrorist guru, close associate of General David Petraeus in the search to end the war in Iraq, and someone who knew well the situation, he told the Congress in April of 2009, quote, "Since 2006, we have killed 14 senior Al-Qaeda leaders using drone strikes. 14, 1-4. during those years, of course, several thousand people have been killed. 14 were, so the military, they know well how many, they were 14 in those first 4 or 5 years. In the same period, we have killed 700 Pakistani civilians in the same area, he said. The drone strikes are highly unpopular. They are deeply aggravating to the population, and they have given rise to a feeling of anger that coalesces the population around extremists and leads to spikes of extremism. The current path that we are on is leading us to loss of Pakistani government control over its population. The ratio of 50 civilians killed for each militant is, for Kilcullen, immoral and leads to a self-generating process of further violence, a view raised in other internal CIA documents. This self-generating, self-fulfilling prophecy of terrorism, they are quite aware. There are many different numbers about this thing, but it has been for me key to see how we see that the US and the Western media can be so blind to this reality. Like, I mean, the best cited, most cited database is the London-based Bureau of Investigative Journalism. For them, the Bureau estimates that between, as of June of 2018, there have been between 7,800 and 11,000 people killed by American drones in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Yemen, and Somalia. Of these, between 750 and 1,500, following their own definitions, are civilians. Among these, 262 to 335 are children. Some Western estimates put the number of combatants among the dead at about 85%. But a very different picture calculation is given by the Pakistani media. For example, the Daily Dawn estimated of the 708 people killed by drones in 2009 alone, only 5 were non-militants, 5 out of these 700. And other sources repeat this kind of thing. And there are even some well-informed Western sources which concur with Kilcullen 50 to 1 estimate. For example, the report Living Under Drones, the very cited report by the Stanford Human Rights and Conflict Resolution Clinic and the NYU School of Law's Global Justice Clinic in 2000, they conformed to these findings for Pakistan, quote, the number of high-level targets killed as a percentage of total casualties is extremely low, estimated at just 2%, and other sources. So how is it that, well, the whole media will make you believe that there are only a very small handful, Obama 64, which means in his 8 years, that was what, like 10, less than 10 per year. Here you have it. I mean, of the 1,800, only 5, or the 2%. How we see that the media goes, that is where we need to kind of understand how through narrative, through self-deceptions, through we just don't want to know, through this kind of what the Lacanian psychologists say, the passion for ignorance. We don't want to know, not because we don't know, but because we don't want to know, because knowing it will be too painful. So this deliberate not wanting to know. I just told you before about how Sean Westmoreland and Brandon Bryan, what they told me. So whom do you believe? Do you believe them, or do you believe Obama saying they were 64, or these pilots who are totally traumatized, severely traumatized, because they saw that they were actually killing ordinary people with their children, or they were normal dads playing with their, so this is the reality which you can deceive yourself that this is just a low body count after all. We are not killing tens of thousands, it's just a few hundred, it's just a few thousand. So how is it that the same killings that might severely traumatize these pilots because they can see with their own eyes that they are overall murdering ordinary people, including many children, can be classified by counterterrorism with the acquiescence of the media that they are practically all terrorists. Here comes the power of euphemisms such as targeted killing instead of murder or assassination, as well as perverse notions such as signature strike, by which any man in a theater of war, which included most of the territory in Afghanistan and Pakistan, is deemed to be combat territory. So the new drone policy emerging under the Biden administration will have reviewed the civilian casualty rates, as well as will assess the evolution of the global terrorist threat. So there are going to be these changes. Specifically, it is not going to consider men differently from women and children. The safeguards against civilian bystander death will be the same. That is, they will not be deemed to be automatically drone targets. This is a drastic change from the Obama and Trump policies. So in the new playbook, it is expected that these signature strikes by which they could just kill any man and they were all combatant terrorists is not going to happen. They're going to look into this. There will be also other safeguards, such as the need to get permission from the local head of the State Department before a strike. It used to be, there are many cases in Pakistan, etc., where the ambassador would not approve, but the CIA went along and they had authority to overrule the ambassadors and the people from the State Department. There will be also restrictions as to when an attack should be deemed to be in self-defense and so on. So there are going to be differences. And as I said, for the first 8 months, it is on pause. So Biden has not jumped into the drone warfare like Obama did from the very first week. He has only authorized this disastrous one, and let's hope he learns the lesson. And the other thing, the other major difference in today's news is that it's an attack that for once the New York Times investigated, because that was the other thing. There were local sources saying, well, they are all civilians. I mean, there were hundreds of those cases, very obvious, but the media could not go there. The Western media could not go. Either the American army wouldn't let them, or they would just not go there. And the Western media, they don't believe any local third world country sources if they are not themselves there, or they don't have several of them. So they said they were civilians, but we cannot prove. For the first time, the New York Times has made an investigation, and it was obvious that what the local people said, these were just civilians, a family of civilians. They were not related to ISIS in any way. They had no bombs, something that was obvious from the very beginning. But the Pentagon began lying as usual. So this investigation is already a big difference. And the recognition that it was a mistake, a public apology, and promise of reparations. This had never happened under Obama. I mean, they knew they had killed hundreds, thousands of innocent civilians, but never, ever one reparation, never, ever one apology. There was one case of 2 white journalists, one Italian and another, that Obama apologized for those 2, but never for these thousands of victims that, I mean, so it was always assumed that the imperial powers don't apologize for their mistake and nor make reparations, nor we should subject themselves to any international court of justice. As we know, the United States is the only one of the major countries that is not in this international court. So the recent events during the withdrawal from Afghanistan have reminded the public at the same time that the terrorist threat is real. Having brought home the troops, Biden was compelled to say that he had his capabilities over the horizon, adding, which means to say we can strike terrorists and targets with our American boots on the ground. Very few if needed, very few if needed, he said. What we don't know yet is to what extent and how he will use drones, but let's hope that this remark, very few is needed, is the case. So as we know, after the 9/11, Bush declared that the new kind of warfare required, quote, us to be on an international manhunt, while Rumsfeld asked, how do we organize the Department of Defense for manhunts? Researchers called for a national manhunting agency, manhunting perfected and most of all made invisible. Hunter-killer drones are an instrument of such manhunting, so asymmetrical that it is more like hunting than war. So there is a sense in which, I mean, the traditional type of warfare conducted by the militaries has its rules, has its ethical things, has its conventions, but this new type of drone warfare is in a way much more problematic, ethically, legally. It doesn't respect anything, and these dozens of thousands people killed by drone warfare in these last 20 years, I mean, they have received no protection from any of the military conventional rules by which you could just surrender, et cetera, et cetera. They were, many of them, of course, they had no burial, they had no respect of anything. They were just bare life. They were just total reality. And so there is a sense in which this the liberal excuse for Obama's behavior and etc. is, after all, well, he just killed a few thousand. I mean, you're not going to compare with the million that killed Bush's 2 wars. I mean, this is just a few thousand, but there is a sense in which these thousands were ethically and militarily, legally, politically, morally, were in a way, they are more problematic because they are done with no behavior, no rule of any kind. And so that's where kind of the savagery of comes, the monstrosity of it comes. No, and I guess my time is up. I could go on about how much this is based on the fantasy of militarism that is typical of the military, but in this case it's just atrocious. And the fantasy of the headhunter who believes that, I mean, at Creech, where John and I have been many times, I mean, at the door, the entrance is home of the hunters, and they are called themselves hunters. So this is hunting not in any metaphoric way, of course. It is real hunting in which your victim is an animal-like terrorist, is not a true human being. So you don't have to talk to him, you don't have to understand him, you just have to eliminate him. And this hunting worldview has its own fantasy that is not going to come to bite you back. It's not going to, and the reality is that these drone pilots, and many of them become totally traumatized when they see what they are doing. Because on the one hand, it is such a decent, but on the other hand, through the eye in the sky of the drone, they see them, they see their body parts. They see the children they leave there. They see cases like, wow, there was one child that his father was all broken into his body parts. So he tried to put together the body parts. These pilots see those things. So in that regard, this is the kind of, so what I'm just hoping is that, Biden had the courage in a way to get out of Afghanistan and to resist the military calls. And while talking about that, he said, and I don't know why it is, maybe it's bold Iraq, and then and been totally convinced that that tumor was the result of his service in Iraq. So this presence of his dead son, I think, made him more aware of the kind of folly that it is. And of course, he was there many times. And why are we there? There was never any explanation. And the generals themselves, if you hear the stories, I mean, in the 1912, 13, 14, they would openly admit in front of the Congress, we have no idea why you are there. We just don't know anything about Afghanistan. It is pure, sheer ignorance. Like that anthropologist I met from Pakistan has that wonderful book about the thistle, and where he was kind of a governor in one provinces. And so he knows the reality, and he's an excellent anthropologist. He's saying, well, in Washington, they could know anything they want, but they just don't want to know. It is the passion for ignorance. So then ignorance substituted with fantasy, you have this kind of, so I think Biden with his dead son, he can relate to other many dead sons, like the 10 that, of those 10 he killed, he authorized the killing 29 August, 7 of them were children. He can relate to them and say that they all belong to the same human field, no? And so I think in that regard, that's the only hope we have, that in order to escape fantasy, somebody like Biden, and I guess we, through writing about this, through creating, organizing protest, we can break through this ignorance, which of course it is very difficult, because fantasy is not just a sheer dream or a sheer mythology that you can penetrate through. Fantasy becomes sort of constitutive of our own subjectivity, so who we are, and that fantasy becomes really harsh to penetrate, really difficult. So, but that's the only way. It is through the ignorance, the deliberate ignorance, and the deliberate not knowing the reality of this, that the public supports these atrocious things, and it allows what has been happening now. So in that regard, I mean, I guess that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have a little bit of time for Q&A, and we have several questions that have come in through the chat. The first question: if the military itself admits that drone strikes are ineffective, and we have so many quotes from former military officials saying this is not working, yada, yada, why does it continue? Do you think that ultimately it's just about weapons?
They have nothing else. They have nothing else to say. They are totally ignorant. They have nothing else. So they continue repeating. They know it's not going to, they know it's even going to be self-defeating and generating more, but they still, I mean, like they knew in Afghanistan there was no solution to this, but we have nothing else to do, so let's just continue here. I mean, it is so, which is why Biden is in the end saying, let's just get out. But look what it cost him in terms of popularity, and it wasn't a clean getting out, but he had to do it. So, but the military essentially doesn't know what else to do. They know they're not helping. They know their own drones make things worse, but they have nothing else. And of course, the empire has to control the world. The empire, I mean, that thing, I mean, like, why is it that we have never seen? I mean, I've been reading this all my life. I never seen what Lindsay showed there, how the U.S. was spending 778 billion, as much as the last 11 countries. We heard that many times, but put the exact numbers and the rest 400, how the U.S. budget for the military is almost as big as the rest of the entire world. And of course, that military machine has to, so Biden will be constantly at the brink of some kind of war, because that machine has to find a goal. It's just part of the system. So Obama's rationale is, was at least, let's just give them a few thousand killed a year with drones. And I mean, it's a low body count. And so it is this monstrosity that, well, I mean, that's my answer. I don't know if it's the right one.
Right, that's what we're up against, the war machine. We have another question from Mary. Do you think that the New York Times investigation might cause a snowball effect regarding all of the other drone attacks and kind of some highlighting of kind of the history of drone attacks now that this investigation is going on?
That's my hope. That's my strong hope. Because why? They haven't done this in the past. I mean, the New York Times knew about these realities. They could have done much more. And in a way, you know, there are all the euphemism, of course, no, the targeted killing. There will never be a murder. There will never be an assassination when there were obvious assassinations in many of these cases. So it is part of this discourse of self-deception in which through narrative, through stories, they continue perpetuating. So, and then the fact that it was Obama doing this, I mean, people on the left, I mean, if Obama is doing it, it has to be pretty much justifiable. And the New York Times, etc. comes, but this thing, I mean, they have been so mad. I mean, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, they were so mad at Biden because he didn't follow their basic advice of letting their few thousand. That so in this, they, I guess partly they wanted to make him feel bad. Biden, look what you have done. But I think this could be a beginning. But don't tell me that you cannot go one of those. I mean, because much worse than these 10 victims have been in the history. There are many cases much worse. They will never go, and there were some courageous journalists like I don't remember now his name, who did report, but they were questioned by the official journalists, and not let alone the military, and they went through real hardships because they were kind of whistleblowers of realities that on the ground were very obvious. No, but the Western media refused to, and then they don't take as evidence whatever they are told by local people. They are not up to their standards. Is self-fulfilling prophecy in ignorance. It's just passion for ignorance. You don't want to know.
Okay, a related question from Anne. Do you think the Department of Defense investigation of the Kabul drone murders of the 10, including the 7 children, will result in any in the military chain of command being punished for 8 hours of intelligence failure as the drone operators followed the car of those murdered in Kabul?
No, I don't expect that at all, but who knows? Maybe there is some, but already Biden kind of defending Milley, and I don't expect it. I don't know. I don't expect it, no. I mean, the whole system is set up in such a way that error is part of the system. And it is in such a way that there is no question, not until now, there might be in this new playbook that they are under revision, that anybody that is killed, murdered, you have to assume that it is kind of a combatant terrorist because it is in the area, because they have always they are kind of secret information, like this one, it was secret. They knew it was ISIS, and it's all a lie, of course. They had, and so they're supposed to know through them, and then they cannot distinguish. It was somebody who was working for the US, by the way. I mean, come on. So they make these huge mistakes in total ignorance, pretending that they know that they make us believe the public that they really have precision. They really, it's just all not true, no?
Okay, we have a last question again from Anne. Anne says, yesterday we learned that the first of 6 killer drones arrived in Oahu in Hawaii as part of the US Marines' new strategy for war with China from the islands in the Pacific. Hawaii is 2,560 miles from anywhere. Where are they going to send these drones? Do you have any idea?
You know, this hunting analogy goes very far if you think of it. You know, if you're a hunter, you essentially enjoy hunting. So I sometimes feel like this hunting thing when you will hear. I mean, there was a drone struck in Somalia, and it is a hunters going hunting. They have to do something. So they hunt somebody, and then there was obviously some terrorists there. There was some activity there. They were not attacking any US anything, but the hunter has to hunt. You have to enjoy hunting. So they have this deep investment in hunting. So it is very much part of the hunter's macho eroticized type of pleasure in which they go hunting. So somewhere they have to be hunting. So so you have 85 countries. I mean, are in war with 85 countries. It is just this folly in which the empire feels free to wage war whatever they want, whenever they want, because as some of the critics like this guy that I like so much, Andrew Vasevich, he says it's just this escape from reality. It is the total escape from reality of the military thing, and by the way, acting in ways that they are totally almost the word he uses is almost delinquent, almost because they have really not following the professional standards of the military. I mean, they just a soldier loses a weapon and he's punished. These generals lose a war and nothing happens to them. It is this perversion of kind of the military culture in itself. But as a hunter enjoying hunting, let's just go today to Libya and kill a few there, because there are a few terrorists here, and tomorrow you go to Yemen, and the next day we'll go because there is, and by the way, we are just, and they don't know who they are, and occasionally they will make a monstrosity like going to one of those countries, Somalia, I think it was, and there was a training camp for Al-Shabaab. You know, Al-Shabaab, these are groups of militant things that in most countries happens. I mean, you just have this idea of something has to be done. There is a revolution, and they create, and there was a training camp of 150 these young. So they went and they killed them all as if they were justified to kill 150 because these are obviously terrorists or potential terrorists. And of course you can make an idea that it's going to be, but it is just considering the other as pure animal-like savage terrorists who deserves nothing of no. I mean, those are not rules of war. Those are rules of hunting. And if you become a manhunter, even if you are Obama, a manhunter is a monstrosity in your own terms, not in terms of the thing, in your own terms. You are a monster yourself because you don't care for their families. You don't care about, I mean, in the Homeric world, an enemy that was not buried was the ultimate monstrosity. And in the drone warfare, that's what systematically happens. You destroy, you even eliminate, you vaporize your enemy. They don't have any ritual services. They are beyond ritual. And things that happen with Bin Laden, Awlaki, etc. They're just the total dereliction of any ritualistic duty, of any religious duty, because we are the empire, we can destroy, we do whatever we want to do, we don't respect you, anything. You are yourself the monster to do that. I mean, and that's what we have to tell our public, I think. That's our job.
Well, thank you so much, Joseba, for sharing your knowledge today and for all of your work exposing the horrors of drone warfare. We are just about out of time for this session, so I'll turn it back over to John.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseba, and thank you, Greta. And now we have a relaxing break with Terri Roben. So 10, 15 minutes, and that'll be terrific.
Thank you. I promised Maureen I would sing this. So this is a song called Walls and Windows by Judy Small and Pat Humphreys from way back. It's a great song. Did you sing your children lullabies to calm their fears at night? Did you hold them gently till they fell asleep? Did you plant in them the seeds of hope for a new and better life? Did you make them promises you couldn't keep? And do you think of me as enemy? And could you call me friend? Or will we let our differences destroy us in the end? The wall that stands between us could be a window too. When I look into the mirror, I see you. And do you have kids who fight for peace the way I'm told mine do? Do they send you photographs from distant lands? And do you chill to see the missiles? And do they haunt your dreams? Do you wonder who's the power, who's the hands? And do you think of me as enemy? Or could you call me friend? Or will we let our differences destroy us in the end? The wall that stands between us could be a window too. When I look into the mirror, I see you. Oh, may we live to see the day when walls of words and fear no longer stand between the truth and dreams. When walls of windows rise into the darkness and we dare to look into the mirror and see peace. And do you think of me as enemy? And could you call me friend? Or will we let our differences destroy us in the end? The wall that stands between us could be a window too. When I look into the mirror, I see you. The wall that stands between us could be a window too. When I look into the mirror, I see you. Excuse me, I got a little frog in my throat there. So, this is a song that all of us sort of grew up hearing and I've been around for a long time, but I always liked it, but I had to change the words because they just didn't fit anymore. Excuse me, I get a drink of water here. So, apologies to Burt Bacharach, but I like my words better. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone. We need all of our rainforests. We need mountains and hillsides enough to climb. We need oceans and rivers enough to cross, enough to last till the end of time. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of what the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone. We don't need more plastic garbage. We need clean air and water, enough for all. We need bridges and shelters, enough to cross, enough to house all the people now. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone. We don't need more war or weapons. We want good food and health care. We really must all have good education and peace on earth. We need a world that's fair and just. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone. Everyone. So that's my little parody. I guess I have time for two more, maybe one more. And I lost my list. Oh, yes, of course. I was going to do one that's sort of in honor of all of you who have been to jail for justice. And I haven't quite been there yet. Did get arrested finally with the Poor People's Campaign a couple of years ago, but that's it. So here we go. Let's see if I can remember how this goes. Was it Caesar Chavez, or maybe it was Dorothy Day? Some say Dr. King or Gandhi set them on their way. No matter what your mentors, it's pretty plain to see. If you've been to jail for justice, you're in good company. Have you been to jail for justice? I want to shake your hand. Sitting in or lying down are ways to take a stand. Have you sung a song for freedom or marched that picket line? Have you been to jail for justice? Oh, you're a friend of mine. You law-abiding citizens, listen to this song. Laws were made by people, and people can be wrong. Once unions were against the law, but slavery was fine. Women were denied the vote, and children worked the mine. The more you study history, the less you can deny it. A rotten law stays on the books till folks like us defy it. Have you been to jail for justice? I want to shake your hand. Sitting in or lying down are ways to take a stand. Have you sung a song for freedom or crossed that picket line? Have you been to jail for justice? Will you go to jail for justice? Have you been to jail for justice? Oh, you're a friend of mine. Oh, do I have time for one more? I think I might. I did want to do this song, which I'd forgotten about. It's a song I wrote way back in the 80s. Unfortunately, it's still very relevant. Let's see if I can. If we can risk a nuclear war? Can't we risk disarmament? Oh yeah, if we can risk a nuclear war, we can risk disarmament. Life should be a celebration, not an all-out condemnation of the animals and human race. Genocide is not the answer for the questions that our governments face. If we can risk a nuclear war, can't we risk disarmament? Oh yeah, if we can risk a nuclear war, we can risk disarmament. Some say women have no right to choose to play God with abortions. Then they play God with their nuclear warheads and political distortions. If we can risk a nuclear war, we can risk disarmament. Oh yeah, if we can risk a nuclear war, we can risk disarmament. People have to work together to save themselves, to save the earth and space. Nuclear war is not a movie, it's a possibility we all must face. If we can risk a nuclear war, we can risk disarmament. Oh yeah, if we can risk a nuclear war, yeah, we can risk disarmament. Oh yeah, if we can risk a nuclear war, we can risk disarmament. Yeah. Thank you for having me. It's a great conference. Thanks for all your work, John and Maureen, and the speakers.
Terri, that was terrific. Big round of applause. And we are delighted that you could return this year. So thank you. The next session is called The Threat of Nuclear War. And we have three wonderful speakers coming up. One of the speakers is Carole Sargent, and she is an associate of the Sacred Heart and founding faculty director of Georgetown University Office of Scholarly Publications. She's working on a new book, or actually it's at the press already, and it's called Transform Now, Plowshares. Megan Rice, Gregory Diorte Obed, and Michael Wally. Megan Rice and Michael Wally spoke at the conference here several years ago, and Carole and I got together in discussing the book, and I lent her a little bit of help here and there. So that's how we got to know each other. And our second speaker is Martha Hennessy. She is the seventh grandchild of Dorothy Day, and she is no longer in detention as best I know. She's out of her detention for her 10-month sentence for the Kings Bay Plowshare action, where they were protesting Trident submarines, nuclear weapons at Kings Bay, the base down in southern Georgia. Martha has been imprisoned for protesting war and nuclear power and the use of drones. And Martha has previously appeared at the conference, and we are delighted also to welcome her back. And she works in community and speaks on Catholic social teaching, nuclear abolition, and peacemaking efforts in the Catholic worker tradition. And Maureen is now going to introduce Cynthia.
Thanks, John. We're really privileged to have all of our speakers today, including Cynthia Lazaroff. Cynthia is the founder of the Nuclear Wake-Up Call Earth. She's an award-winning documentary filmmaker and author of A New Armageddon, which is a personal account of the Hawaii missile scare that she, who is coming to us from Hawaii today, experienced. And what happened when that incoming nuclear missile call came into the citizens of Hawaii. And there was nothing to indicate that it wasn't anything but real. Cynthia, who had been working for decades on track to citizen diplomacy and mediation efforts with people in the Soviet Union and Russia, became galvanized by the reality of the continued threat of nuclear war and nuclear devastation that we all still live under. And so she has become a tireless advocate for creating networking and conversation around the fact that we need to address militarization in the form of the modernization of the nuclear arsenal that we continue to pursue, and use many of those Pentagon dollars that Lindsay has so clearly outlined for us to pursue nuclear renewal. So thank you to the three of you. We look forward to hearing your presentation, and if the first person who's decided to go first would like to start, we are all ears. Thank you.
Actually, I'm not sure we know which one of us is going first. I can start if you want me to.
Go ahead, Carole, why don't you?
All right, why don't I dive in? I'm starting before people who are much more righteous than I in this movement. I'm very new to it. But I wanted to share, excuse me, let me make it louder. I wanted to share some thoughts about stepping in late and how it was so possible to step in somewhat fully. In the nuclear conversation, I feel that I have just one job, and I really try to keep it simple, writing about peace activists. And I came to it by being plugged in the middle of them. In the 2016 election, as you can imagine, I was upset. So were a couple of other people, or so I'm told. And this 2016 presidential election, I don't name the person who prevailed in that contest, but I was so upset that I decided to sell my house and do something different. And an RSCJ sister suggested to me that there were a group of RSCJ trying an experiment with religious and lay people in community. And so I called, and the next thing you know, I was on their doorstep. I was not on their mission. I was 58 years old and, you know, lived in Georgetown, where I work at Georgetown University. Although I'm not rich, I certainly was not in need of the financial help they were providing to younger women in social work and social justice. But it turns out they valued my stability and the fact that I ended up opening a house for them and inviting some of the young women that were overflowing to the house. We lived 2 blocks from Megan Rice. I knew not who she was. And but I am a writer. I work with Georgetown faculty professionally to help them publish their research. And one night we were in the car on the way to the Catholic Worker, and Sister Diane said, "Good night, Megan." And I thought, well, that's an interesting way to pronounce a name. So she gave me her whole name, and I went home and Googled it. And lo and behold, there was this amazing story about Transform Now Plowshares. And there was also a book about her. And so I reached out, you know, to find out who was, why I couldn't get the copy of the book. And it turns out the author had dropped out, and they plopped it in my lap. I couldn't have been greener, but I knew something about sisters. I didn't know so much about nuclear disarmament. I'm gonna shorten it up. Ended up going to the Vatican with Father Drew Christensen for a conference on nuclear disarmament in 2017. Ended up going to Hiroshima immediately after that. These were completely unconnected and just sort of tumbled in. To close my thoughts, the book is Transform Now Plowshares, and it's coming out in December. What I learned is there's no such thing as an activist in Plowshares. It's group or nothing. It's very, very corporate, collegial, and that individuals, I don't want to say they don't exist, but it's a rare movement. They tend to be more collective. So the book expanded to become about all of them. And my great jewel in the book, I lived in Anne Montgomery House, and there's a whole chapter on Sister Anne Montgomery. Some of you may have known her, some of you may have protested with her. My final and closing thought will be this, and then I'll just jump in on Q&A. I will not make money because someone else went to jail. And so the money is all going to the Dorothy Day Catholic Worker in Washington, D.C. I think my goal is to make new activists, but I try not to preach in the book. I just try to show what people are doing. But if some more people pick up the torch, I will be absolutely thrilled. That's all my thoughts at the moment, unless there are questions. And Martha is definitely in the book, as is John, and Wright. There's some of the people that I see here are absolutely in the book and contributed to it.
Carole, I think I'm going to suggest that we'll move ahead and have Martha speak and maybe do a Q&A together with all of you at the end of the presentation. Hey, Martha, is that okay with you?
Yes, I'm ready to go. Thank you. I just want to thank all of you. This is work that has been going on for the entire time of the nuclear era, and I just want to give my thanks to everyone who has been engaged for the last 75 years. And I want to speak to my own personal strategies as to how and why I am here with you. And of course, you know, I grew up in an unusual family, and Dorothy handed me the book by John Hershey when I was a young teenager called Hiroshima. And my very first arrest was related to Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant, which I felt was the other side of the coin from nuclear weapons. And I rely on the community. I rely on the witnesses who have come before us. I rely on a sense of humor and a sense of humility. I think that that is very critical in this line of work. And I also am a Catholic. And so these things are what sustain me. And the other point that John and Maureen provided us with is the question of how do we foster the tension to, you know, bring change, as Martin Luther King Jr. alluded to. And of course, I walked onto a naval base with 6 other comrades on April 4th, 2018, the 50th anniversary of the killing of, which I believe is a state killing of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And I do believe that the nuclear weapons are the linchpin to our whole history of white supremacy, this dreadful practice that we've seen for at least 500 years. And we educated ourselves, the 7 of us Kings Bay Plowshares activists. I mean, I was a neophyte in the group. There are others who had done several actions previously. This is not the kind of action that anybody should or could take, but I do believe it's a valuable action, and that certainly fosters a bit of tension. You know, we entered a military base, we sat in federal court, and then we sat in prison, and that is a witness to this nuclear abolition that we all are so adamant about pursuing. And the strategies, we do what we can from where we are. I think that the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is a vast improvement. It gives us great hope. I would beg to differ with some of my colleagues' approach to all of these issues as saying, you know, we're facing a guaranteed pending Holocaust. Well, I say to hell with that. I'll never believe in that. And the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is a fine example of that. And also we have these wonderful back from the nuclear brink points that, you know, they're all about what needs to happen. And then we have to figure out the strategies, you know, no first use and the presidential power. I mean, we've got this general, General Milley, who, you know, he wants to nuke China and he thinks he can circumvent the chain of command. We've got to pay attention to these things. We need to take the weapons off of hair trigger alert, and we need to pursue worldwide agreement on the disarmament, which the TPNW does provide a roadmap for. And of course, this whole question of, the orthodoxy of our political system, our religious systems, all of our systems, everything is in question, with the Black Lives Matter movement, following on Occupy Wall Street and many other movements. We are now at a time where it's quite obvious that this white male Christian ruling class has to end. And I think that there's a lot of hope. We have, as Catholics, we have our Catholic social teachings to guide us. And Pope Francis has been very articulate on this question of nuclear abolition. But it's about repentance. It's about repentance and social justice. And any religion that's worth its salt, any economic system, needs to take into account that what is good for one person must be good for all people. And we're facing this oligarchy, as Bernie Sanders puts it. And there's a lot that we can do. I have a lot of hope. My experience in prison has been a real eye-opener for me in terms of what this empire looks like and what it does. And, we have each other and we have God with us. So I'm very hopeful with what's happening now and what will happen in the future. Thank you.
Cynthia, I know that your hope is fed by activism, and if you would share your story and how it has moved you forward on your work dealing with the nuclear threat. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Maureen, and thank you, John, and deep bows of gratitude for bringing us together and convening this conference at this time, this Code Red for Humanity moment. It's really rare to be in a space where the climate crisis and the nuclear weapons challenges are brought together. And it's so important right now. It's sort of the essence and the heart of what we need to do is to come together, all of us, so that we can be unstoppable. And so I'm just really grateful to you for this and really so deeply honored to be in the presence of Martha, Carole, and those who came before who, because it's so early in Hawaii, I haven't had a chance to hear you, but I will listen to you soon. So it's my great honor to be here. Thank you. I want to start by saying that this work is deeply, deeply personal for me. And I'm going to share my screen. So let's see. I hope I'm enabled as a co-host, and I will screen share. So for me, the story begins back in childhood. I grew up during the Cold War, and I heard over and over again that the Soviet Union was always going to be our enemy and that we were all most likely going to die in a nuclear war. But I didn't buy this enemy story, and I joined the global movement for nuclear disarmament. And in the 1980s, I worked as a citizen diplomat in the Soviet Union, trying to prevent a nuclear war. We all were thrilled when we lived to see the impossible become possible, or so it seemed impossible at the time. When our leaders came together, started talking about disarmament, and actually embarked on what would become the largest reductions in our nuclear arsenals in history. So after the Cold War ended, I thought I could stop worrying about nuclear war. And I went to work on coral reefs and climate change because I love the sea and I love coral reefs, and I couldn't imagine leaving a world without reefs to my daughter and all future generations. I thought I'd be doing that work for the rest of my life, but all of this changed for me in 2017 when I was asked to work on this film. And I interviewed dozens of the world's top experts on nuclear dangers and US-Russia relations. Pretty much everybody I spoke to reawakened me to today's staggering nuclear danger. The two people who had the greatest impact on me were our former US Secretary of Defense, William Perry, and former Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev. Secretary Perry said to me that today we're at a greater risk of a nuclear catastrophe than we were during the Cold War, and that most people are blissfully unaware of this danger. And then he turned to me and he said, we're sleepwalking into a nuclear catastrophe and we must wake up. At that moment, I realized that I'd been sleepwalking since the end of the Cold War. And for me, that was a very devastating, awakening revelation. President Gorbachev said to me that our relations have been going from bad to worse. We must break out of this situation. We won't survive if someone loses their nerves in the current tension. I flew home from that interview with Gorbachev in December of 2017 here to Hawaii. And it was at the height of the fire and fury between Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un. And nuclear tensions were particularly high here in Hawaii because we knew that we had been marked on a target on Pyongyang's map of nuclear death. So all of this was present in my awareness on the morning of January 13th, 2018, when I was one of over 1 million people across the Hawaiian Islands who all got this message on our cell phones: ballistic missile threat inbound to Hawaii, seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. So at first, the feeling was, can this be real? And so we started to call 911, but we couldn't get through because everybody was dialing 911, trying to find out the answer to that question. And so then my partner said to me, I don't know if this is real or not, but I'm going to get the girls. Our 2 younger daughters were 7 miles away in the town of Kapa'a. And I said, wait a second, because he rushed to go out the door. I said, I don't want to be separated. I want to plan if it is real. And he said, call me in the car and we'll figure it out. So he was out the door and I stood there dazed. And I thought, who do I know is going to know? And I immediately thought of my dear friend, Felicia Cowden, who's a journalist, who's the first to know anything that's going on, and everybody takes her phone call. And so I started to call her. I left a message. I texted her. I checked her Facebook page. Nothing. And after what seemed like an eternity, she called me back. And she said, Cynthia, the county is telling us to take shelter. And for me, that was it. Because the county is our government here. They run everything. And I thought, my God, this is real. I have to take this seriously. So the first thing was, where do we go? There are no designated nuclear shelters in the state of Hawaii. And so we thought of the most sealed environment that was nearby. And that is a meditation cave on a neighbor's property. And we agreed to meet there. And then it was, what am I going to take with me? And so I looked down at my phone and it had 12% charge. And I thought, oh no. And then I thought, I think there are electric lights in the cave. I think that maybe there's an outlet. So I grabbed a woven bag and I threw my phone charger, my computer charger. I just started throwing things in the bag, my purse, my passport. And there was this feeling of, am I ever going to need any of these things if there really is a nuclear attack? Is this insane? And then I thought about food and water. And I thought, I've done nothing to prepare my family for this. We had been instructed to have ready 14 days of water and food, 1 gallon per person per day, and enough canned food for 14 days by the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency. During the fire and fury, they were telling us how to prepare and survive for nuclear attack. And so I realized that I'd done nothing to prepare the family. And I looked on the shelf and I had 2 small bottles of water. And I threw those in the bag and a bunch of bananas on the counter. And then I just ran to the car because even though the cave is just a couple minutes away, I didn't know how many minutes we had. And so as I started driving away, it was only at that moment that I allowed myself to think about my elder daughter who had just left for Los Angeles a couple of days before. And I thought, I've got to call her to say goodbye. And if I'd thought of her a moment earlier, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold it together to organize myself. So the phone was ringing and ringing and ringing as I drove to the cave, and she wasn't picking up. And I parked and I started running towards the foot of the steps to the cave, and she still wasn't picking up. It was still ringing. And just as I got to the foot of the steps of the cave, she picked up. And I said, Mackenzie, I don't know if you've heard, but we've all gotten this message on our cell phones that we're going to be hit by a ballistic missile, and we're going to shelter in the cave, and I'll call you again from the cave if I can. And I just want you to know that I love you. And she said, Mom, I love you too. And at that moment, it was as though time stopped for me. I didn't want to let her go. So I stood there frozen, and I thought, will I ever see her again? Will I ever hear her voice again? And then I thought, wait a second, is this not just about not hearing her voice again or seeing her again, but is this not just about one nuclear missile from North Korea? Is this many nuclear missiles coming from Russia to us and many from us going back to them? Is this the beginning of one of those accidental nuclear wars that Secretary Perry and Gorbachev and so many of the experts I interviewed are so worried about? Is this the beginning of the end of life as we know it? Is this the beginning of the end of everything we know and love and cherish on this earth? And then I heard, Mom, go, go. And it was Mackenzie jolting me out of this. And so I said, I love you. And I started running up the steps on the hill towards the cave. And as I got to the door of the cave and was about to open it, it opened. And it was my neighbor, Colleen. And she was smiling. And she said, it was a false alarm. It took 38 minutes for our government to send us a message on our cell phones telling us that it was a false alarm. And even with everything that I knew about nuclear war and nuclear weapons and Hiroshima and fallout and radiation, nuclear war was unimaginable to me until I went through those 38 minutes. And now this experience lives inside of me as a mother, as a human being. It's in my gut, and it's never going to go away until we eliminate nuclear weapons, which is why this is deeply personal for me and why I'm here sharing the story with you all today. So as I walked away from the cave, the first thing that I felt was gratitude. It was this feeling of, we're all still here. I'm still here. I was pinching my cheeks. It was as though we were given another chance. And it was this feeling of being born anew, of everything looking new. The wind, all of my senses were enhanced. The wind was kissing my cheeks. The palm trees were dancing. The sound of the ocean never sounded so sweet. As I walked back onto the land and saw the crownflower bush, the colors had never been so vibrant. Everything was just the purples, the greens, everything was this revelation of a love for life, the butterflies. And so I came to this feeling of, this is a wake-up call that's a gift. And then there was this feeling of, you need to share this. You need to start writing this down right now. And I did. I started that day while it was fresh, and I wrote for months. And so since that time, I'm going to share my screen again. I felt compelled to share this experience in as many ways as possible, as a prayer, as an offering of awakening to action. And so I've written articles, I'm in podcasts, I do nuclear alert simulations, I speak at conferences like the one today, a VR simulation, whatever way I can do it. And in the projects we do at nuclearwakeupcall.earth. While writing the article, there was a point that I came to where I thought awakening is not enough. It's got to be awakening to action. And so, inspired by recommendations from Secretary Perry and Gorbachev and so many NGOs and activists, I came up with a 10-step program called the Nuclear Playbook. And Martha has mentioned many of them, and I've realigned them since then, updated them many times, and now they are in line with the Back from the Brink campaign, the first 5 that Martha referenced, that basically address reducing the risk of a nuclear catastrophe, what I say, what we need to do to stay here, while we work on the overall immediate absolute overarching objective, which is to abolish nuclear weapons. But we have to make sure that we reduce the risk because it's really high. Many of these initiatives in the first 5 steps are attached to legislation. And so there is a way to really try to move these things through the Congress. The second 5 steps address something that we don't hear a lot about in the movement, and we need to hear more about, which is really they were designed with Russia in mind, because our 2 countries still have over 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. And it's really up to us to take the lead in reducing our arsenals. If you look at the map here, you can do the math, and the US and Russia have 12,175 weapons in our warheads in our inventories. And China has basically had declared that they will not consider reductions until we come down to their level. And so you look at China and they're at 320. So I wanted to give a shout out now to my colleagues at Global Zero, who have really come up with the most sound and variable pathway to get to zero that I have seen. And it takes us down to the level of China and then beyond. We go beyond that with China and all the other nuclear armed states. And also a shout out to my colleagues at the American Committee for US-Russia Accord for really dedicating themselves to maintaining the dialogue with Russia, advocating for a strategic partnership on shared interests, reducing the risk of nuclear war, and also ending the new Cold War with Russia. In this work, we always ask, what can be game-changing? And so that's a question that I wake up every day thinking about, what can we do? And so I'm going to mention 2 projects quickly that aspire to be game-changing that we're doing at nuclearwakeupcall.earth. One is called Women Transforming Our Nuclear Legacy, which is catalyzing a global movement of women and girls to eliminate nuclear weapons. Because since the dawn of the nuclear age, women have largely been shut out of nuclear security planning and decision-making and policy-making. And today we're still grossly underrepresented in this field. And excluding half of the human race for much of the nuclear age has brought us to the brink of possible extinction. Because the research shows that when women are involved, peace becomes more possible and peace agreements more enduring. So it's really an existential imperative that we write a new nuclear story, and that women come forward to lead and join the company of men. We claim our seats at the table to change our nuclear policy and transform our nuclear legacy. We had our inaugural session about a year ago, and we've since engaged over 400 women from over 42 countries, including 8 of the 9 nuclear armed states. And you're all invited to join. The other project I want to mention is called Bearing Strait for Peace. We are gathering with Indigenous peoples from the United States and Russia in the Bering Strait, in the place between those 2 little islands in the center of the satellite map that you can see there, which is the place where our border is less than 3 miles apart. We're gathering that Indigenous peoples will be sharing prophecy, art, culture, music, dance, initiating joint climate monitoring and marine conservation programs in this place, and doing a ceremony for climate justice and for peace. And this is a place where we see the intersection of what this conference is about. Because of the melting Arctic ice, there's an increase in tensions in the region. We see an increase in military intercepts, strategic rivalry and competition for resources, and we're seeing an escalating risk of conflict. So this is a place that we're going to be doing this work in the coming year or 2. And I echo what Martha said. For me, the greatest ray of light and hope in this work the really game-changing thing is the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, adopted by 122 countries at the UN in 2017, achieved the necessary 50th ratification last year and entered into force this year on January 22nd. This is truly unlike any nuclear weapons treaty that's come before. It's historic. It's the first nuclear weapons treaty based on humanitarian, not military law, the first to ban nuclear weapons and make them illegal, the first to recognize the disproportionate impact of nuclear weapons on women and girls due to ionizing radiation, and the first to recognize the disproportionate impact of nuclear weapons on Indigenous peoples, thus the first to address radioactive racism. It's the first to provide compensation to victims of nuclear use, testing, and production, and the first to challenge the nuclear apartheid and colonialism of prevailing global nuclear policy. There are so many ways that we can get involved in supporting this treaty, and you can get your country, your city, your elected representatives involved, and you can get involved in divestment, which this is, again, where the intersectionality is of our movements. It's really all about divestment, and it's all about freeing up the trillions that are being wasted on weapons of mass destruction and extracting fossil fuels and repurposing them to bring us climate justice and addressing the existential threat of the pandemic and all of the urgent challenges that we face today. Ambassador Elaine White Gomez, who negotiated the Treaty on the Prohibition for Nuclear Weapons at the UN, was our honored guest at our first inaugural session of Women Transforming a Nuclear Legacy. And she said, she's an extraordinary soul, that history is made by every single step that we take every day. And she planted the seed that it's up to each and every one of us to join together to do this. And she invited all of us to join her in the campaign to abolish nuclear weapons and to make history with her. So in closing, I just want to say that this work is always evolving, but for me, it's really a matter of the heart. Abolishing nuclear weapons is an act of love. Love for my daughter, love for life, love for our dearest loved ones, love for our beloved Earth, love for all we hold dear. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have questions and answers now, and
Rachel, I think, is monitoring.
Rachel is monitoring.
Hi, yes. My name is Rachel. I'm with World Beyond War. I'll be happy to read out some questions from the chat. Those who haven't yet written their questions but have them, please do write them in and we'll get to as many as we can. So the first one I see here relates to nuclear energy and nuclear weaponry. The question is, how much are these two things related? Many people are saying they're no longer connected. Is that true? So that's nuclear energy and nuclear weaponry.
Well, perhaps that question was generated from a comment that I made about starting my arrest career protesting Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant in New Hampshire. I'm not a scientist. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I'm a sister. And I guess what motivated me back in 1979 was my understanding of the nuclear power industry produces material that supports creating nuclear bombs. And, you know, it's an industry, a nuclear industry that the end result is, you know, the most poisonous, toxic substance known to humankind in all of our history. So in my mind, they're perfectly related, two sides of the same coin.
I just want to echo what Martha said. And Martha, I don't know if we were at Seabrook at the same time or not, what year you were there, but that's where I got started in my activism as well in 1978. And so deep bows to you. there's an intimate connection, I think, between nuclear power and nuclear weapons for the reasons that Martha said. And we really have to address the entire nuclear legacy, the contamination that is happening with all the aspects that are related to the nuclear legacy, whether it's nuclear power, we've seen Fukushima, 3 Mile Island. I mean, we've had Chernobyl. We've had so many wake-up calls with the nuclear power. And we also, it's wherever nuclear weapons are manufactured, stored, produced, God forbid, used again, we have to address all of it. And nuclear power and nuclear weapons are intimately connected.
I wanted to quickly mention also that we haven't addressed nuclear accidents and the accidental dropping of nuclear bombs, or the case in New Mexico where a worker dropped a wrench, which started a fire in the nuclear silo, and the whole complex actually blew up. Fortunately, the nuclear weapon did not go off. And there are a whole series of nuclear accidents in the top 10. You can Google top 10 nuclear accidents online, and it is truly frightening, just that aspect. So along with war and insanity, we have the possibility of accidents.
I'll read out maybe 2 of the next questions, then each speaker can choose which one they might like to address. The first relates to the TPNW, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And the question is, what does illegal mean in this instance? How can this agreement be enforced? And the other question is, while climate chaos is responsible for Arctic melting, does anyone here know if Fukushima also exacerbated it? Carole, do you want to lead off on any of those questions?
Well, I had an immediate thought, yes, on illegal, and it's just from what I was doing with the court cases. And, Martha can say more to this, and Wright could too, given your times in court, other people could as well. But the goal of any trial, as I understand it, for plowshares, is to put nuclear weapons on trial, that they're actually trying to flip that energy. It says, hey, did you break into this place or didn't you? It says, well, actually, let's ask the bigger question, are nukes legal? And so I believe that the presence or the advancing of these treaties, while they may not be always enforceable in and of themselves in the moment, they make an interesting case in court. And I'm going to be really interested to watch how activists push on the illegality of nuclear weapons. And I'm going to let other people who know more about it kind of take it the next step. But it is really fascinating to watch judges begin to wrestle with the fact that the activists actually have a very powerful legal point. They try to block it. They try to keep the courtroom from ever going there. And you can watch them twisting themselves into pretzels to keep it from going there. But the reality is, if it did, I think they could put nukes on trial. And this is only helping.
Yeah, I would just contribute by saying, the judge, in our case, Judge Wood in Brunswick, Georgia, her job was to protect the nuclear weapons. It's very clear to her. It's very clear, how the system operates. And yes, for 40 years, we have tried to get expert testimony into the federal courts to talk about the legality and the humanitarian consequences of these weapons. And, I wasn't even allowed to show pictures of Hiroshima at my trial. And when I was working with my attorney, she had not seen these pictures. She was young. And the moment she saw them, she just turned away and started crying. And that's why the judge wouldn't let us show these photos. You know, the absolute inhumanity of using these weapons is so clear. And so the federal courts just, you know, trip over themselves, obstructing a necessity defense, obstructing an international law defense. We were stripped of any kind of defense, you know, 2 days before we were to go on trial. And that's how they operate. As far as the legality of the legal teeth of the TPNW, and I'm sure Cynthia has more to say about this, but I would just simply say it's similar to the BDS movement that ended apartheid in South Africa, and that the efforts that are now occurring with regard to Israel-Palestine. And it's a question of isolating both socially, morally, but economically. It's the economics of it that we have to really get to the root of it. And if we can pull ourselves together under this filthy, rotten capitalist system and really make changes to an economy and a government that actually does its job serving the people, that will really make inroads into other countries joining. I know we have the nuclear weapon states, the 9 nuclear weapon states who are, you know, obstructing things, but I think eventually they will get cornered. So I have a lot of hope that things will change if we have enough time.
So I want to address the treaty a little bit more and follow up on what Carole and Martha have said. What's really extraordinary about this treaty, in addition to some of the things that I mentioned, is that, you know, it came in the context of as a response, really, to inaction on what's called the NPT, or the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which basically has been around since 1970. And that Non-Proliferation Treaty, essentially, very simply, the 5 Security Council members, US, Russia, Great Britain, France, and China at the time, basically said to all the other members in the UN, the other countries, that they would agree to pursue an end to the arms race, serious negotiations, and to move towards complete and total disarmament in exchange for none of the other countries of the world developing nuclear weapons. And after decades of not enough action in that direction, and that's in Article 6 of the NPT, the rest of the world said, you're holding us hostage. You know, we're not going to wait for you any longer. We're going to create our own treaty. And it's based on the principles of other treaties that have been very successful, like the treaty to ban landmines, the treaty to ban cluster bombs and munitions. And as Martha talked about the teeth of this treaty, and in the movement, really the teeth is divestment, which I referenced. And Martha mentioned the economies. And that's really the heart of this. And that's where we can really make this happen and really make a difference. As far as the legal question, and it's now 55 countries since the 50th ratification took place. We're now at 55 ratifications. For those countries that have ratified the treaty, nuclear weapons are banned and illegal for those countries, not for the rest of the world. However, the implications in each of those countries of what they have to do, which includes divestment, addresses multinational corporations that operate in their countries. So this is a way to actually, and we've seen the success with divestment in these other movements, with landmines, cluster bombs, and apartheid. So this is the way forward, and we're seeing it. Finally, Harvard divested from from fossil fuels. It took a long time. My alma mater has divested, not from all, but it is starting to divest as well. So this is where we can have an impact. In New York City, there has decided to divest its pension fund from nuclear weapons. So enough of us coming together as individuals in our cities, and we can do this. We have to get it ratified and adopted by other countries. None of the nuclear armed states has adopted it, but that shouldn't stop us. You know, that we have to keep going.
I'm not sure if anyone has an answer to the question specifically around the impact on Arctic melting from Fukushima. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that we still don't know. That I know that what I know of radioactive particles is they're very light, and then the further they travel, my understanding is they're still landing in the Arctic almost 10 years later. So if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that the results are not yet in into what the specific melting impacts might be. It's unlikely to be a positive result, though, I would say. Of course, if anyone does have something to add to that, please do so. I will also bring us to the next question, specifically around, is there an anti-nuclear movement in Russia? And specifically to Cynthia, could you tell us a bit more about having brought a Hawaiian musician to Russia? And maybe I would expand the question to others as well in terms of what can you speak to around anti-nuclear movements in other parts of the world?
Anne, that's a really good question. There, you know, as far as how we would define an anti-nuclear movement, it's not quite the way we see it here, but I'm working with a lot of people in Russia at different levels, from the citizen level to the expert level to academics, who are really concerned about the nuclear risk and who are really interested in reducing it and moving us in the direction that we all want to go. It's a very complex time now in Russia, as it is everywhere. I'm in a working group that I started with women from Russia, and they a lot of them are journalists, and they're writing about this. So I would say, and there is an anti-nuclear movement, just maybe not look like ours, but Svetlana Alexievich, who wrote about Chernobyl, the Nobel Prize winning author who wrote Chernobyl Prayer, has inspired all of us. And she is still leading this effort. She's in Belarus, but she has a huge impact in Russia because of Chernobyl. So I would say that there is a movement there. It's not as visible, and it doesn't look the same, as I said. And as far as asking the question about taking Makana, who is this extraordinary Hawaii activist and artist, to Russia, we took him there when we could still travel, which was in 2018. And it was on a tour to really share aloha, which he did so beautifully, and to open hearts and minds. And we brought him into spaces that had never had music before. We brought him into the foreign ministry, the diplomatic academy. We were having serious discussions when we were exiting the INF treaty with generals and others to bring that spirit and create that container of connection while we were engaged in really, really tough conversations. And it shifted everything. And I will just say that he opened hearts and minds wherever he went. And he created a film shot in a nuclear bomb shelter that we shot called Morning Armageddon, that I'll put in the chat with some other things that relate to the presentation. So it was a really big gift to take him.
This is Martha. I would just add a little bit to that. Thank you, Cynthia. I have had the grace and the benefit of being able to travel to Russia on 3 different occasions. And I find the Russian people to be acutely aware of the meaning of war and the experience of World War II, the massive, massive casualties. and the business of the United States almost immediately after World War II, demonizing Russia. And so this history is still with us. I do know that with the breaking off of Ukraine, that those nuclear weapons were at least moved out of there. So, I mean, I do feel that Russia has a little bit better sense of what all of this means and what needs to be done, and the way that NATO is being used to encircle both Russia and China, you know, at the behest of the United States ambitions, that I think Russia is a very willing partner. I know that Gorbachev and Reagan did some beautiful work together, and they were very close to coming to an agreement on nuclear abolition. And it was the US military lobbyists who got to Reagan and turned that around. So I feel that my country is, you know, the most responsible for this nuclear brinksmanship. Thank you.
Carole, did you want to add anything on these questions?
Not on the Russia question. It is not part of my expertise, but I do feel that it's interesting because study the trial transcripts and you will notice that a lot of times these really interesting points of law keep coming up, and they're going to go just a little bit further, And suddenly previous cases get cited as precedent in these cases. And if these activists weren't doing it, if they weren't bringing this into the courtrooms, it wouldn't be there, you know? So I'm really, I guess, grateful to people who have actually put their bodies on the line in order to get our courts, however reluctantly, to actually debate the legality of the weapons.
I'm seeing two quite related questions. The first, have any of the nuclear powers committed to no first use? And the second, is there any communication with China about nuclear issues right now?
So India and China have declared no first use. And at one point, I think Russia at one point had no first use, but they no longer have no first use. So that's my understanding currently of the landscape. But it's really important. You know, we were really thrilled when Biden and Putin reaffirmed the declaration, which had not happened and had been called for so long, the Reagan-Gorbachev declaration that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. That was as much as I think we could hope for in that first meeting. But no first use would really, really decrease the nuclear risk significantly. And it's something that we should all get behind and try to make happen. As I said, one of those critical steps to keep us here while we move towards abolition.
And I certainly don't have any expertise in these areas of, you know, foreign diplomacy. I just want to share that I also have had the wonderful opportunity to travel to South Korea on 2 occasions, and, you know, was able to go to the border with North Korea. And, you know, the sense that I had there, again, is one of people. You know, the personalism is a tradition of the Catholic worker. And when people have a chance to share and to see each other and to talk, that makes all the difference in the world. And the Korean people, I do feel that the reunification of Korea is in the hearts and minds of everyone there. And these models that we hold up of capitalism or communism no longer work. So if we do see a united Korea, it has to have a whole different paradigm, economic, military outlook. And in the history of the Korean War is just one that shows us, I'm sorry, what the United States is really up to.
Martha, I'm really grateful that you brought up the Korean situation. And I know Ann Wright is on the call, but I want to just mention Women Cross DMZ and Korea Peace Now, and Christine Ahn, the founder of Women Cross DMZ, who's working passionately on this issue. And, you know, what you mentioned, Martha, about people to people, diplomacy, citizen diplomacy, it's been so powerful to see what they have done, Christine and Anne and all of them that are involved in this movement in Korea, having 10,000 women on the DMZ. And similarly, it's what really made a difference in the work with the Soviet Union in the 1980s. And so citizen diplomacy is something that it's hard now during COVID, obviously, but on Zoom and in other ways, it's something that we can all do. And it's so important. The power of people to people really cannot be underestimated, overestimated.
I wanted to take a moment just to interject something. One is in the state of Nevada near Las Vegas is what was formerly the Nevada test site, now the Nevada Nuclear National Security Site. They rebranded it, but it's actually a occupation of the Western Shoshone homeland, and the Western Shoshone are the rightful owners under the Treaty of Ruby Valley. And I mentioned this because Martha had mentioned the white supremacy, and this is an example of how we are exercising that white supremacy here, actually on a foreign nation in the lower 48. I also wanted to mention a time I was in the Apple computer store working with a young man on learning a program, and I mentioned nuclear weapons, and this bright young man said to me, "We have nuclear weapons?" And I brought him to YouTube to show him a few nuclear explosions and say, yeah, we have nuclear weapons and it's a huge problem. And I thought about it because after atmospheric testing ended, and at this point with only subcritical testing, which the government doesn't even feel obligated to announce when they are doing this illegal testing, how would young people know? They don't see it on TV, it's not in the media, and nuclear weapons have been so completely normalized that the threat is pretty much absent in many people's minds. And it is truly egregious because as it has been mentioned, the threat of nuclear war is more present now than it has been, particularly related in climate crisis, where there are different scenarios put forth, which, well, we saw the results of a tsunami on Fukushima, which was quite a nuclear event, and more events like that could happen. Or there is, some people think there's a crisis of water shortages between India and China might possibly cause a nuclear event to happen over the struggle for water and supplying this need for these massive populations. So there are our need for awareness and action is greater than ever, and I really wanted to thank all of you for all of the work that you are doing. And the last time we did a protest at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they did a nuclear launch, I believe that was in 2012, the military simply stopped announcing when they will be doing tests of missile launches. And so many things are becoming more and more secretive, and we somehow need to have the awareness that is eluding so many people. Thank you.
I'm seeing one remaining question. Do we have time to move to one more question? Great. So maybe a more kind of overarching question about what do you, the panelists, think are the main reasons that even after 76 years since the nuclear bombs were dropped in Japan, the world appears to be at more or less the same stage that it was at then, in terms of, I assume, in terms of nuclear weapons and development. Carole, I wonder if we should flip the order if you want to address this question first.
Well, and it's a fascinating one, because I think that a lot of it happens with just what John said, that there's another generation that isn't quite aware of this. It's become so clean, it's become so distant. I was talking to a young man from Italy, a young priest from the north who's become a friend, and I was asking about the nuclear weapons buried under North Italy that I only found out about when I went to the Vatican in 2017. And he's like, "You didn't know that?" You know, and I realized that they're vast areas that are just not commonly known. So I'm putting a note in the chat. It says build libraries. Greg Bergiobed, when he was one of his stints in prison, he noticed that the library in the prison only had one book on peace, and it was a book for children about Martin Luther King. So he began to ask people to send books. And by the time he left, they had a nice peace library, which is great, because a lot of veterans become peace activists. Also, sometimes a lot of people who have been in prison go into peace studies while they're there. Another thing is your local public libraries to just build a peace studies section. Most library acquisitions work on demand and specific requests and local demand. So what I try to do, either when I have a book coming out or when someone I care about has a book coming out, if I agree with their message, I'm trying to simply make requests at public libraries and public archives so that these ideas can get to new generations.
Thank you, Carole. I'll just mention efforts made at the Danbury prison down in Connecticut. I was sent so many wonderful books, and the library there was essentially, trashy novels and diversional stuff. So we did do our best to add to the body of knowledge there. And I do think that media is incredibly responsible for this lack of education. I certainly grew up with nuclear awareness, but my kids who are now in their late 30s, early 40s, just, do not have that awareness of living on the brink for so many generations now. But I think the journalism is just such a critical component for educating the public. And, part of our problems here in our supposed democracy is one of education, for sure, and propaganda. And we certainly see how that can become even more inaccurate and, I would say, insane under some of the current conditions we've faced. And again, we're all thrown back on looking at revolution of the heart, within our own personal lives. But we really do rely on one another and those who have gone before us and those who are putting up the great struggle now, to self-educate ourselves.
Following up on Carole and Martha's comments, I want to just say that I do feel that the media is complicit in this problem. That during the Cold War, the media, journalists fulfilled their ethical responsibility to keep us informed and awake to the clear and present nuclear danger. And they're largely, with some notable exceptions like the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, big shout out to them, and a number of journalists that I could reference, like Katrina vanden Heuvel and others who address this question. Most journalists are sleepwalking on this issue and not informing, not fulfilling their ethical responsibility. I want to add to the libraries, which is, I think, a wonderful idea. And Martha's mentioning about education, and give an example that the UN Disarmament Education Organization has been working on, getting the nuclear issue into schools and all over the world. But there was an effort in New York City led by Kathleen Sullivan and others, where they got a nuclear weapons and a nuclear threat, nuclear war information curriculum into, they exposed over 40,000 students. So it can be done. I do think we need to get this into the schools. When we had the recycling campaign, the success came when the kids came home and told their parents they needed to recycle. And so we need, and one of the ways that they've been doing it in New York City in this particular effort with Kathleen was by sharing the Habakasha stories. And so that's a way to really personalize it. And I just read The Last Cherry Blossom by Kathleen Birkinshaw, which I would highly recommend, about a 10-year-old's experience of Hiroshima, which is a way to just bring this home and make it real and personal, and encourage and inspire action. So, but the last thing I want to say is that I think the question, why are we still here? Another reason is, besides lack of awareness, is just the power of the military-industrial complex, which a lot of people have referenced before. That's where we have to really address this.
Well, I see we've got about 4 minutes left until the next session. So I just want to give, if there's any other sort of parting thoughts or final words as part of this segment of the afternoon that any of our speakers would like to add before we move on to the final section of today.
We have a question here, and it was about the new agreement to develop nuclear submarines between the US, the UK, and Austria.
And Australia. In order to comb the South China Seas and supposedly protect us against Chinese aggression, whatever that people imagine is.
Do we are you aware of that?
It's been in the news this last week.
I'm going to put a link in the chat because my friend Patricia O'Brien at Georgetown University just did a nice piece for the conversation on that. And this is extremely disturbing development, but I think she did a good explainer on it. So I'm going to put the explainer in the chat. And I was just going to throw in, and this is quick, I do not actually worry as much about a nation doing a first strike as I worry about a well-meaning but uninformed and jittery person in the pipeline doing like what happened in Hawaii and sending an alert. We just have incident after incident. I was working for a law firm in the 80s, and there was a near meltdown at the nuclear facility because all of its fire equipment was out of date and stuck and rusted. And In the morning, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission fined them $23 million, which was a lot in the 80s. By the afternoon, the law firm I worked for got that down to about $5 million that the nuke just paid, and it never made the news. So before you think about the journalists who are failing, and some are, think about too, a lot of the news never gets out.
Sorry, Cynthia. May I just do a quick little reading from today's reading? It's from Deuteronomy, and I just find it very empowering and very clear, if that's okay. This commandment which I am giving you today is not too wondrous or remote for you. It is not in the heavens that you should say, who will go up to the heavens to get it for us and to tell us of it that we may do it? Nor is it across the sea that you should say, who will cross the sea to get it for us and tell us of it that we may do it? No, it is something very near to us, and it's in your mouth and it's in your heart to do it.
Amen.
Thank you, Martha, for that. I just want to say that with reference to this nuclear submarine that was the question was about, that it's part of this whole new Cold War with China, and it's part of this old enemy story, and it's part of the enemy story that is used to justify, to try to justify the spending on more nuclear weapons and more weapons of mass destruction. And it's fueling this conflict. It's really upset France. They've withdrawn their ambassadors over it because they weren't told about it. And so it's just, it's a mess. But I want to say, I guess my closing words is, and there wasn't really time to go into this, but, you know, Secretary Perry said that we're at a greater danger. And so a lot has changed in the last 76 years. We've got all kinds of new weapon systems that are destabilizing even further and adding and escalating the nuclear risk. We've got cyber, we've got hypersonic weapon systems, we've got artificial intelligence, we've got all kinds of new dangers that are exacerbating and increasing the likelihood of some kind of accident that Carole referenced. It's just we're in a time where we have new systems that have no rules of the road, like we have for nuclear weapons. And so the risk is greater than ever before. And there is a great risk of escalation in a moment of crisis to nuclear use if countries are engaged. Nuclear adversaries are not talking and are going into this kind of new Cold War situation. That's where it ends.
Well, thank you to everyone who submitted questions, and of course to the speakers who spoke and answered the questions so fascinatingly and so deeply. Now I'm just going to quickly reintroduce many of today's speakers who will be participating in this final session called Strategies for Acting and Staying Balanced on a Code Red Planet. So the presenters, I've been asked to engage with all of you about how do we stay engaged in the face of the threatening planetary realities that are born of unbridled militarism and greed and what we've been talking about today. I've given all of the speakers the ability to unmute themselves to speak, and I'd ask all the other participants to send their questions either by typing in the chat, or you can raise your hands using the Zoom raise hand function. So usually that's at the bottom of your screen where it says reactions. Click that, and then you click raise hand, and then I'll recognize you and unmute you to ask your question. But now I'll just welcome back to the stage Greta Zarro, Joseba Zulaika, Carole Sargent, Cynthia Lazaroff, Lindsay Koshgarian, Martha Hennessy, and Ricky Clousing. And again, I'll welcome back John to moderate the discussion and to begin with a few questions to initiate it.
Thank you all for the excellent session on nuclear weapons and a very fine conference. So we're talking about strategies now and how to proceed, how to affirm the future. And one of the, we sent for the audience, we sent out 4 questions just to stimulate conversation, but we certainly welcome everybody's questions on chat. And we also want this to be as spontaneous as possible too. So in essence, we'll start with the question, what strategies do you employ when confronting all of the realities that we are facing to keep going, to keep your commitment to activism and to keep a sense of well-being? Because a lot of us, at various points, we do find it quite overwhelming and daunting with events happening now that are truly out of our control. For example, Ida in New York City with flash flooding and drowning people in their basement apartments. That was quite close to home for us here. And of course, you know, there's the fires in California and I could go down the list, but I'm not going to. But anybody who has some interesting thoughts on strategies and how they renew themselves and keep a sense of well-being, we'd welcome your comments from the panel.
I can just jump in. This is Greta. You know, if anyone was earlier on this conference and heard my 2-prong approach talk, if you were here for that, then I think you'll know my answer to this question, which is the second prong that I talked about, which is kind of the tangible, actionable, on the ground work, which for me is farming and living off grid and trying to be connected to nature and living in community with other people. Those strategies for me are what keep me invigorated and give me a lot of hope to see young people who are engaging in that kind of work. So I think it's very important, and I urge everyone to do that 2-prong approach, and I think that can make you feel like you're doing some tangible changes and give you hope as you're then also doing the first prong of policy advocacy and grassroots organizing and lobbying Washington and that kind of work, which can take much, much longer to make change.
Martha, you had mentioned a spiritual dimension, and how does your Catholic faith and how belief in God help you sustain your incredible work?
Thanks, John. Oh, what can I say? You know, we have the saints, we have each other. We have this tradition in the Catholic worker movement of practicing the works of mercy versus the works of war. And, you know, this kind of work of feeding the homeless and being with the prisoner is not something that is at all easy, and it does take its toll on us. And you know, the humility, again, the humility and the sense of humor is what I really rely on, as well as family, friends, and community. And it's not in our hands. I mean, for me, the definition of faith is that there is a God, and God is love, and as long as we have that understanding for each other, then things can go okay. And, you know, I would rather have a voice crying out, saying no to the madness than to be silent. So I find the work to be very rejuvenating.
I'm wondering about the role community plays in our lives. I know it's very important here. In upstate New York, we have Upstate Drone Action, and there is a tight-knit community of protesters. We are demonstrating against the Reaper drone at Hancock, and sometimes up at Niagara, demonstrations get done too. But Greta, you have your own community around your farm. The Kateri Peace Conference served when it was more of a live conference, and we had audiences, live audiences and in-person events to develop community here. But if people could, I mean, I think community is vitally important to us. And while Zoom allows us to do some international work and cover long distances, it also doesn't allow us that in-person contact. So if anybody would care to comment on community. Carole?
Yeah, the writing that I was able to do, either the book with Father Drew Christensen or the book about Transform Now Plowshares, all grew out of community. And it's interesting because it was my response to the 2016 election that I wanted to go live in community. It was something I'd done when I was young. We think of that as something just young people do. But I'm 61 and I now run a community that I founded in 2019 after living with the sisters and after seeing, I always tell people, don't just start a community, go to a thriving one and kind of learn all the dumb mistakes they made so you don't like repeat everything that they've already spent so much time learning. But then, so my house here in Georgetown is connected to Anne Montgomery House. And so what we do is we try to keep them interconnected, and what then the house becomes is a place of refreshment, not just for yourself, but for the others who come and stay. I started getting pilgrims right away. We got the Yale Forum on Religion and Ecology. Megan Rice was part of the very first dinner. I've had people find us from Canada and say, oh, you know, I heard about you. And you're like, you heard about us? How? And so it just grows. And I think we're all tribal. And I did not invent that idea, obviously. But coming through this, I realized that we've lost our tribes and our supports. And you know, a lot of the whaling work that is done out west is just simply over the profound loss of tribes and peaceful communities. But anyway, I don't want to digress too far, except to say that to me, community is everything, and not one word that I've written about these peace activists would have been possible without their longstanding communities that I got to go be part of. And so go join one.
Thank you, Carole. Anne Wright has her hand raised, and I'm trying to figure out how to unmute her.
That's okay, I've done it. Go ahead, Anne.
Okay, thank you. Well, what a great morning. I'm out here in Hawaii with Cynthia, so it's been a little early morning for us. So my coffee has really gotten me going here, but all I would say is get off your butt. All you have to do is start doing something, you know, get out on the street with your one little sign on whatever issue it is, and you'll be amazed at how there are going to be some people that'll come up to you, even if you're only one person, and probably because you're only one person there, why are you doing this? So, you know, the community of the challenging times of COVID, of trying to stay safe, but you can stay safe on a street corner. You can stay safe in small groups or even in larger groups. And then I would also say, because it's lonely, you know, just being a Zoom addict is a very lonely thing, even though we've got, 40 people on this Zoom call, but still you're sitting in your house by yourself or with your dog or with your family. But you do need to get out and be with people of like minds to challenge things. And then my last little thing is, don't underestimate the power of a pen. Even a small little letter to the article or letter to the newspaper about whatever issue it is. Like as we were doing all of this, I was writing my usually weekly letter to the editor on something in Hawaii, but this one was on, killer drones. Why do we have killer drones here in Hawaii that are being flown over here so far away? So I've got my little letter to the editor asking about this. So there's lots we can do, and it only takes doing it. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
I see Maud Easter also has her hand up. Maud, please unmute.
I'm
Sorry, I didn't hear what you wanted me to do.
Oh, I had seen that you had raised your hand on Zoom. Did you have a question
No,
or something to
I
add?
probably just was scratching my head, but I'm loving this, so I'll be happy to mute and listen. Thank you.
Wonderful.
One of the other questions we sent, the second question was working with the idea that Dr. King presented in his letter from the Birmingham jail, and the idea there being that the protests and the confrontations were designed to not allow the larger community to ignore the injustices, in that case of segregation and racism, and that it was necessary since the existing communities failed totally to negotiate the issues and bring about a peaceful resolution, they would use a nonviolent form of confrontation to create a creative tension which no longer could be ignored. And so often we engage with similar or the same strategies in arrest scenarios, not wanting to be arrested, but wanting the larger community not to ignore the injustices of drone warfare, of murdering innocent people. So the question basically is just for people on the panel who have engaged in this type of work to bring forth some of the ways that they've made the situation unignorable, that they've confronted the larger community. And I certainly, for example, Martha has confronted the larger community in the Kings Bay action, and she might speak on that a little bit. But I know so many of other folks, both listening in as the audience and on the panel, have done that too. I mean, Ricky told his story, an amazing story of not allowing the Army to ignore the abuses and bringing it up as a matter of conscience. And so if people would care to comment on that aspect of their work, or even events that they have seen that have inspired them to move forward. And I'm not quite sure what happened here.
I see a raised hand.
You can go ahead, Lindsay, just unmute.
Okay, thanks. I think I see a raised hand from Rachel also. So I'm sure I don't have the most inspiring story here, but I'll just say I think part of confronting people isn't just, showing people how terrible things are. A big part of confronting people is giving them an outlet for that. A lot of people understand how terrible things are, but don't necessarily know what they can do about it, or they have their own struggles. And so part of our approach at National Priorities Project has been not just to confront other people with how terrible war is, but to bring into our work how terrible other forms of militarism are, so that, not just going to the immigrant rights community and saying, war is so terrible, what are you going to do about it? But saying, we're here, we understand that our immigration system is terrible, and we're standing with you to work together to stop that. And then stepping back a little bit and saying, and we're also working on cutting Pentagon spending, and we welcome you to join us in that. But really, it's stepping up and making sure that you're there for other struggles. So, stepping up and making sure that we're there for immigrant rights, stepping up and making sure that we're there for racial justice and police brutality and against white supremacy, stepping up and making sure that we're there for climate work, so that it's really becomes more of a two-way street and less of us showing up and demanding that someone else take action on the issues that we've been working on for a long time. And I think that is, it's critical, and it works well. And it's part of the community that we were just talking about, of, being there for each other and supporting each other. And and not just, being there to criticize each other or make demands.
Maura, I see your hand up. Would you like to unmute?
Yes, hi, thank you. I'm Maura Stevens with System Change, Not Climate Change, Coalition to Protect New York and other groups. And I'm a journalism teacher. So much of what we're talking about is, I think, many of the problems that we face are compounded by the fact that we have a captured media. But I have a question. It's an organizing question, and I'd like to ask Ricky and Greta, particularly, for any suggestions you might have for reaching people in their 30s and 40s who are so busy with raising families, jobs, etc. They're the hardest group to reach, in my experience, and I was hoping you might have some tips for us. Thank you.
Sure, I can jump in. The first thing that comes to mind, and I said this earlier in the day, is the organizing statement, meet people where they're at, meaning first tap into people's own interests and motivations. Let's say the one issue that they are concerned about is climate change. Tap into that, listen to their story and their concerns, and then kind of pivot around to, well, did you know the US military is the largest polluter on Earth? And then connect it to our issues too. So rather than just starting by trying to push our issue, first listen to their interests and their motivations.
Yeah, I would just add also kind of echoing that, and also what Lindsay had brought up of just kind of meeting those different intersections of the movements and how, all of our work is really related. And you would be surprised building bridges with people and communities. That, and then also, like in permaculture, they talk about like stacking functions in the landscape. So designing things with purpose, right? With multi-dimensional layers where every layer is serving a purpose. And so when we look at like that in the social realm, I think it's important to, another principle is, obtaining a yield. And so getting the most back where you're investing your energy. And so meeting other groups and other people and sharing that and building those commonalities of the movements, I think is really a way to stack the functions of activism and really kind of charge the movement and young people. Because there's great, wisdom and passion and experience in the anti-war movement. The younger generation, we need to kind of be building those bridges. So yeah, I would say meeting those other people where they're at and keeping that open is definitely great suggestions.
Rachel, I see your hand up. Please unmute and go ahead.
I'm Rachel Branch. A couple of things that I'd like to address. I'm from North Adams, Mass. I'm in my 9th year of producing a community television program called Solutions Rising. Recently, I was very honored that Martha Hennessy agreed to be a guest on my program. Community TV or community access TV is another way for each of us to have some control over what the media is producing. And of course, it's a fight for these community TV stations. And I can find my guests talking to somebody on the street. That is one of the ways you can reach the younger population, is when you bring them on your program. It's, I think, a little exciting for them, but also helps them to be part of what they need to learn and what they have to offer and the gifts they have, and realizing that they could also have a television show. Community television shows are all local, but I have been able to get my program on 13 station, and now with links, it can go all over. And I just have to find a local sponsor in whatever city or town that I'm in. And that is one of the ways to fight back with the media that is not producing the information that we need. And I have a signature line that I say, if each one of us picked up one problem and solved it, imagine the incredible view we would all have of Solutions Rising. Everybody can pick up one problem, but I'm sure most of us here are in multi arenas for trying to solve the problems. I'm just horrified about climate catastrophe, the COVID pandemic, the effects of the most vulnerable and the children, and the nuclear weapons. I mean, this is screaming time in my heart, and my soul weeps. But yes, that is one of the ways, community TV, writing letters, running for office. I'm a candidate for mayor for the third time. You just get on commissions, do anything you can. Use your gifts. We all have different gifts. Nobody has the same gifts. So that's my little bit of input. I did, when I first started writing, took a line from Edgar Guest that said, "Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker." And the rest of my quote was, "But freedom is thicker than blood, and the power of the pen will win in the end with love. We have to speak up." Thank you.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
That was beautiful, Rachel. I wanted to speak up to the 30s and 40s something. I happen to fall in that age group, and I happen to have a couple of little kids. And for one thing, I want to say media actually is probably the best way to get at that age group, because even when we're busy juggling 16 different things on any given day, we're still listening to podcasts and radio shows and reading articles and checking our phones a million times a day. So that always works well. But I also think that, you probably have to accept a certain amount of people having a little bit of a lull in their lifespan where, in your 20s, maybe you're super active, and then maybe in your 30s and 40s, you're a little less, but then with your 50s and 60s, you come back, right? So I think there is a little bit of sort of taking the long view. But I think you can also make events really, really child friendly. I live in a community where people bring their kids to Black Lives Matter protests, and children show up at these things. And sometimes you can help that along by having babysitting or having child activities, or even just making clear that children are welcome. So there are things that you can do to help encourage people. And also, a little bit of, reaching out and helping, like offer the babysitting, offer the kid activities, offer forgiveness when somebody doesn't show up last minute because their kid is sick. I think there are ways to keep that age group involved. And I do think part of it is having sort of a more inclusive view of militarism and of war. If the more you can bring race into it, I'm part of several local groups made up entirely of people my own age with children who work on issues of racial justice in the community. So I think there are ways to make it more appealing and ways to make it more open and inclusive. So I'd encourage you to not give up on us 30 and 40 somethings.
I wanted to take 1 second here to encourage people to think about creating peace conferences also. While the, we should be moving past the pandemic, I certainly hope, and we'll be able to meet in person in community. The Kateri Peace Conference is somewhat of a rarity, and it's been going on for 23, 24 years in a small town in upstate New York. So we want to encourage groups of people getting together to discuss peace, and maybe it isn't so formalized as a peace conference, but out of the peace conference also came a book called Bending the Arc, Striving for Peace and Justice in the Age of Endless War. And it has chapters by Ann Wright, who is on the call, Kathy Kelly, David Swanson, who moderated earlier, Jim Merkel, Jim Jennings, and a whole host of other people like Ed Canan from Syracuse. And he's in the audience today. But we were talking about printed articles, and this was put out by SUNY Press. So it is associated with State University Press in New York, and hopefully will reach more people also with information about a variety of activists. And anything we can do to create community and and get these ideas discussed are really helpful. A question we put out was based on the idea of what's orthodox and just generally speaking, conforming to what is generally or traditionally accepted as right. And even the peace movement has its idea of what's orthodox. And I was wondering if people have some ideas that would move us into a more creative endeavor with more energy. When Greta was speaking a few minutes ago and talking about approaching people where they were, I began envisioning Greta bringing pumpkins and corn stalks and a bale of hay and blocking the gates at Hancock while educating people about farming, also protesting the use of military drones in our own backyard. And any creative idea that you might have, we'd certainly welcome to hear it now too.
Yeah, I think especially what I and Ricky were talking about earlier, I think that is kind of the unorthodoxy that we're trying to bring into this conversation, and we're so glad to be part of today's conference. I think that, you know, we both talked about agriculture and permaculture and these different means of making change that go beyond the scope of traditional activism of petitioning and rallying and lobbying. So I think that's what we tried to insert into today's conversation, and hopefully the peace movement will start to kind of expand its definition of tactics and start to include the things that Ricky and I talked about and see those things as forms of activism and as forms of civilian-based defense, as I talked about.
You know, I was thinking that one of the things that we really need to do is also just to start, while we are protesting, suggest, teach ways for people to begin behaving well. Improve, you know, so suggest diplomacy as an alternative to war while we're protesting the war machine in different creative ways. Ricky, do you have any thoughts on all of this?
I guess like just listening to some of the questions, my thoughts kind of tie in with what we're discussing now with, you know, how do we respond to this? And then what does community mean? And how do we reach, you know, younger generations and bring them in is, I would say a lot of this stuff that's been discussed already has been great. I would also just like expand it to understanding, you know, we all know war always seeks to separate, you know, first each other, but also from the environment. And so we're also, you know, part of this war on the planet that we all, you know, need to make space individually to heal our own relationship to the land. And also recognizing nature as our community. And so I think it's great when we start to, you know, look at our, you know, the nearby nature and the environments around us and the ecosystems that we're a part of, and can start acknowledging and respecting and learning about those, because, you know, the earth is our teacher, and the earth is wanting to teach us, and it's guiding us back into these ways that are really part of all of our history. And so I think that the more we can also consider community in that respect and our non-human relatives, that there will be great change to come from that.
Thank you, Ricky. If there's anybody in the audience who is shy, but has a question or a comment that they wanted to add, I want to encourage you to raise your hand and speak up. Also, overcome your shyness for a moment. And, or if, you know, that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to pose as a question, because it's a question I've been asked every year, or almost every year I've run this conference. And the way it's phrased kind of irritates me, because the question is, why do we only have white people here? Why aren't there any black people?
We do have one.
And normally, we did have a black gentleman attend today here at the shrine. But then I thought about this question because, and there are certainly exceptions too, but I thought about this question a lot because, for one thing, nobody ever asked me about why aren't there any Spanish people here, or Indians or Asians. And another thing is, my question is, in the years that we've run this conference and had, some fairly large but mostly modest attendance, why aren't there more white people here?
Mhm.
Why is peace? I mean, I know we have a war machine. I know we have cultural indoctrination that is incredibly unbelievable. I've been a victim of it. That's how I ended up in the Marine Corps. But what can we do? What can we do to make peace a really attractive idea?
I see Mary and Carol's hands up. I think they may have raised their hand before you posed that question, John. But if either of you would like to respond to the question John just posed, I'll invite you to unmute yourself and do so. Or if there are others, I see Cynthia's hand is also up, who want to respond to the question John has posed first. Maybe let's start with that, and then I'll come back to the previous hands.
I just have a quick thought that white privilege is a section of the book that I just wrote about Transform Now Plowshares, and some activists have framed activism where you get arrested as a responsible use of white privilege, because if a browner person were in the same place, they might be in much more peril. And so, and many of the activists reflected on it, the degree to which they thought white privilege was a piece of this. And then also to say that I think when people are of color, they see violence differently. They see it more directed at them. So I just gave a talk on imposter syndrome, and I shared an article that said, stop telling women of color they have imposter syndrome. It could be internalized racism. They could be seeing things that are really coming at them, and they just don't, they don't know what it is because it's covered up or sugar-coated or whatever. So there are many, many other reasons, and I won't speak for people of color about why they're in the movement, but I can say that a lot of white people have reflected on why they're overrepresented. And if you happen to be a woman, get in the conversation, because when I went to the Vatican about nuclear disarmament, it was a boys' club and needed more women.
I'm going to interject with Ed.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's been wonderful being here. It's been such an excellent series of presentations.
We're wrapping up now.
I'm here with John and Maureen at Kateri, actually, and not on screen otherwise. But I wanted to respond to John's concern about insufficient attention to peace issues by whites and others. And I would simply say we might get more intersectionality and bring in more people if we talked about not only peace, which is just one dimension, but peace and justice. If we learn not to use just the trope of peace, but we expanded it to peace and justice, I think we get more traction.
Yeah, jump in, Julianne.
Hi, I'm also in the audience, and I would like to respond to John asking, why aren't there more white people? As I'm white, I want to only speak for white people, for at least myself as a white person. And I would suggest that it's just too painful for so many people to face up to the truth, to face it, even if they know about it. It's so much easier just to close off and carry on and keep your family going and do all the things you're meant to do as a US citizen. I think is the pain that stops them from coming.
Thank you, Ed and Julianne. We are nearing the end of the conference. Are there any last thoughts by any of our panelists?
I have promised Cynthia and Mary that we'll get to their hands. So hopefully we can do that quickly.
Great.
Go ahead, Cynthia, and then Mary.
Well, thank you, Rachel. I just wanted to address the question first of what kind of creative ways can we come together? And the question that John, you raised about diplomacy. And I think that, here we are at this conference, we're in this code red moment. We're in it. We have to face that. And what some of the younger ones here, to Greta and the others who have spoken about showing up for each other and not just trying to get people involved in whatever we're doing, I think is so important. I think that we need to think about ways to give expression to the intersectionality through diplomacy that not only is domestic, but is really international. And so I would offer one idea that has been out there that I really am inspired by, which is that we imagine a kind of moonshot moment where people from Russia and the United States, and then all the nuclear armed states and all countries of the world come together in a moonshot moment to plant the trillion trees that climate scientists would be game-changing for the climate, potentially reducing CO2 emissions by up to 1/3. This kind of brings together diplomacy and climate and people from everywhere. It's a big idea. It has to be done. The right trees have to be planted in the right place. It's not a simple thing, but it's something that we can all do that shows our capacity to do something together for humanity, that takes us out of our separation and silos. And I also just wanted to say that for me, that this is connected to the indigenous wisdom, which is what I turn to in addition to prayer in my moments of looking for strength and resilience and the reservoir of resilience. And my teachers here have said two things I wanted to share. One is that there's no separation in aloha, that we're all one in aloha, and there is that spirit of love bringing us together. And the other is that the instruction to go to the place that it's already done. In these moments of despair, I was told, go to the beach where you're visiting your great-great-great-grandchildren who are thanking you for creating the world that we all want to see, that we have to see it, even in the face of all these challenges, to be able to make it happen. If we can't see it, it's not going to happen. So those two things I wanted to just share, and then to really echo what Ricky said about refuge in the earth and Greta said in the land. For me, it's Mother Ocean and the farm here, just listening to the earth, the sacred mountain behind me, that there's a teaching there, and what we do to the earth, we do to ourselves. So it comes back to there's no separation.
And go ahead, Mary, please. We just have barely any time left, though, so I'll ask you to be as brief as possible.
A minute. I won't speak as long as what people could have done. John, if you say people of color, you will cover Asians and Blacks and Latinx and Asian and all. But I just want to say, like 8 or 9 years ago, maybe more, I went to the 2-row. They had a 2-row event between the Haudenosaunee, the Algonquin, and the whites, and it was to celebrate the first treaty between whites and Native Americans. And at every single event, and a Mohawk or an Onondaga would read a prayer of gratitude, and they would thank everything. And sometimes it would take half an hour. I will not take half an hour, but they would thank the chickadees. They would thank the mosquitoes for feeding the birds and for biting their arms. They would thank the trees. They would thank everything. And it is one thing that keeps me going, is when I look out in the morning and look out at my bird feeders, is thanking the chickadee for his little love call, thanking the robins for eating the worms. Thank you. And thank you all so much for this conference. It was wonderful.
Thank you, Mary. And I guess if there are no more hands raised, Rachel, that need attention, we will conclude the conference, as it has to end at 2 due to World Beyond War's other existing obligations. So Maureen and I traditionally do the thank yous in the more orthodox sense of the word. But Mary, thank you for your comments too. And all of the people who have graced us with questions today in the audience, thank you so much for attending. All of our speakers, brilliant, excellent job by everyone. Carole, Ricky, Cynthia, Joseba, Martha, who else? Quickly. Lindsay, of course, and I don't know if I've missed anybody. A little tired at now. I don't think I have. We want to thank the Franciscan Friars of Fonda for hosting us for 20, actually, technically speaking, 24 years at the shrine, and they've always been a great help. Maureen?
I'd like to thank the Sanctuary for Independent Media and Mark Dunley for giving us the opportunity to share information about the conference. I'd like to thank Cynthia Pooler, who's an example of what Rachel's talking about, Rachel Branch was talking about, someone who's intrepidly looking for ways to provide a voice to those who often don't get a chance in traditional media, who gave us an opportunity to talk about the conference. I'd like to thank World Beyond War, because Greta, David, Rachel, what you're doing is providing a house as the Haudenosaunee people came together, realizing that the only way they could survive was by coming together, providing a house for us all to meet in, and doing it with such grace and kindness and openness. And thank you all for the grace of today, because you feed my spirit as this conference always does, and you provide incredible challenges for moving forward. I am very grateful.
We wanted also to affirm the idea that flowed through the conference in so many different ways, but it's a belief in love, a belief in community and service. There's a saying, if you want to feel better about yourself, do something for somebody else. And so true it is. So it's been a great day. Thank you again all for attending. If we have missed anybody who we owe, a mention of gratitude to, please forgive us. We have our own little studio audience today, people who traveled down from Syracuse and locally, and we want to thank them for coming too. And so until the next time, let's keep working for peace, keep the faith, remembering that love will triumph. And blessings upon all of you, and thanks again.